Council meeting of January 21, 2025. City Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Timchison.
Here.
Councilmember Black.
Here.
Councilmember Sweet.
Here.
Councilmember Falcone.
Here.
Councilmember Pascal. Here. Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Here.
Mayor Curtis.
Here. Our study session tonight is on 2 items. First, we will have a briefing on the 2025-26 City Work Plan. Second, we will have a preview of the one-meeting City Council legislative software. We expect to reconvene our regular meeting at 7:30. City Manager at the podium. No, it's not. Is it?
No, testing. Okay. So thank you, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, members of the council. So yes, rarely do I present. This is one of those times when we have our first discussion of the 25-26 City Work Program. I have 14 slides to share with you. 8 of those slides are the 8 initially proposed draft work program initiatives. My recommendation is that I go through each of them, and then I have a summary slide at the end that has all 8 on one slide, and then the council, if you want, can begin discussion. But I would also suggest if you have clarification questions when you get to an individual slide, please feel free to jump in. All right, with that, just a reminder of the background of why we adopt the City Work Program. This was first established by the City Council in 2011. It used to be an annual work program. It's evolved quite a bit since that time. We now adopt it every 2 years, similar to the way we do the biennial budget, and that's to recognize that the budget and the City Work Program are very interrelated, both in policy and finance. I always want to emphasize that the City Work Program is initiatives above and beyond the daily operations of the city. So this doesn't say run the Parks Department or run the Fire Department. It's the initiatives that are really about quality of life initiatives that go across multiple departments, that are significant capital investments, things like ballot measures, things that really advance the entire community's quality of life. The second reason we adopt the City Work Program is because it allows us, beyond the budget, to allocate additional staff time and resources to specific initiatives. So these are the things in particular that the City Manager's Office tends to spend a lot of time on, that department directors and senior staff and departments spend time on, that the City Attorney spends a lot of time on, and that the City Council spends a lot of time on. So the sort of big financial and programmatic elements of the government are in the City Work Program, and all of them are designed to make progress on the council's adopted goals. And I'm going to talk about those goals in a second, although that's not the subject of this particular presentation. And finally, one sub-element of the City Work Program where there's is also improvement of the organization. So there's oftentimes a major thing like we said, adopt a new parks maintenance center to improve the way we provide park services. Or the Kirkland Justice Center was one way back when during annexation. So there's also key elements that are about making sure that the Kirkland organization itself performs better beyond the budget. But any questions on the work program concept before I go on? All right. I'm just going to touch on these very quickly because, again, one of the key things that we've evolved to with the work program is to demonstrate how each element of the work program, what goals we believe it's helping show progress on. And so these are the current goals adopted by the council. The council has the opportunity to revisit the goals at any time, but usually we do them during a retreat. The current adopted council goals are the abundant parks, open space and recreation services, attainable housing, balanced transportation, community safety, dependable infrastructure, financial stability, supportive human services, inclusive and equitable community, sustainable environment, a thriving economy, and vibrant neighborhoods. And what we do is we talk about each of these goals, how they're implemented in the work program. Similarly, the council also adopts operational values, which is how do we operate as an organization. We currently have 4 operational values that are usually also looked at in the context of the goal updates. These are that we as an organization function in regional partnerships when we believe the region can provide a service better than the city as an individual. We believe in organizational efficiency, trying to do things as effectively and efficiently as possible. We believe strongly in accountability to the public, for example, our 17 years of no finding by the auditor, and we believe in civic engagement. So all of those things are wrapped up into the City Work Program.
Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, thank you, City Manager Triplett, for this. In reading through this, I was thinking through over the past decade or so that the City Council has talked a lot about some other values that I don't see listed here that I think it's time that we have a conversation about, and that is, we talk a lot about wanting to make sure that the values of sustainability and of equity are interwoven around all the work that the city does. This is something that's been a recurring theme since before my time on council and certainly during my time on council. And so I just wanted to mention that because I think that's worth having a conversation perhaps at our upcoming retreat or at some point around whether the council would like to add those and whether this is the best place to add those, just to have in writing the values that we talk about so often to the work we do as a city. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think as council members know, Deputy City Manager Julie Underwood is talking to each of you about potential retreat topics. We're going to be bringing a draft retreat agenda to the February 4th council meeting, so that may be another time to talk about whether operational values is something you want to talk about, but I've noted that. Sorry, did you have, oh, sorry, okay. All right, so that takes us to the first of the 8. This particular set of presentations is not where we're going to get the wording right, but I did suggest wording to at least tell you what I was thinking based on my conversations with you and past retreats and things about the objective of the draft initiative. So, catalyze redevelopment of the station area plan to accomplish the objectives of the Northeast 85th Station Area. And then I used the quote from the vision statement to create a thriving mixed-use district with sustainable buildings, park amenities, plentiful affordable housing, family-based jobs, and commercial and retail services. And with the fact that Google did not proceed with their project, this is something the council's been very interested in, is how can we re-inject some energy into the station area. So that's the first one. And the goals would be a thriving economy, attainable housing, and sustainable environment as the primary.
Councilmember Sweet?
Would you prefer that we do comments now, or,
I was thinking clarifications at this point and then comments at the very end.
okay, then I'll hold.
Okay.
But obviously, it's your meeting, so
Yeah.
feel free.
Councilmember Tim Chisholm?
Does this point include the acquisition of a economic development member of staff to join our team or join your team?
That was already approved in the budget, so it's implied, but the position itself, this would be one of their main responsibilities, would be focused on this catalyzation. So, but yes, you've already approved that, and we're in the process of figuring that out.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
All right, this one, there's a lot said in this 2 sentences. So implement the priority is the key word here, implement priority 2044 comp plan and transportation strategic plan actions to maintain a sustainable, connected, and welcoming community where everyone belongs. But to set the priorities through adoption of the planning work program and the transportation work program. So both of those, the transportation work program and the planning work program, are going to be coming to the council in the first quarter of this year. One of the challenges in the city work program is you could take many things in the comp plan and say they should be in the city work program, but you're going to have the opportunity to make those decisions as part of the planning work program also, in partnership with the Planning Commission and with the Transportation one in partnership with the Transportation Commission. So this is a bit of a catch-all where the priorities would be set later by the council, but I wanted to highlight that as a second one. So if folks have questions on that before we get to the end.
Council, any comments, questions?
All right, so option 3 is to complete the promise of Fire Proposition 1 that passed the voters at 2020. So this will be to complete renovation and reopen Fire Station 26 in Rose Hill and Fire Station 21 at Forbes Creek. In addition to construct and activate the new fire training props that would be in the location behind Fire Station 24, just to the west of Goodwill, for firefighter safety and community safety. So, and this falls under the council goal of community safety. Deputy Mayor.
I know we're not wordsmithing in this moment, but your intro made me think, with the renovation completed at 26 and 21, and 21, does that complete all the work promised in Proposition 1?
It does. It does.
So one thing, councils, we may want to say that as a goal.
Oh.
It's just, to celebrate and declare victory on that when we think about how we talk about this.
That's a great point because, for example, the training props were not in Proposition 1. That's something the council's funded in addition with your GEMT funding and with REIT funding. So, All right. So partner with the Seattle Kraken to develop a state-of-the-art iceplex that will host NHL teams and include a new Parks Community Center and other community benefits at the former Houghton Park and Ride property. Council goals: thriving economy, abundant parks, open space, and recreational services. So let me pause there, see if people have questions on this one. Councilmember Sweet maybe had a clarification she asked for on this one.
Councilmember Sweet?
Again, probably
Oh,
once we get to conversation, but there's a whole lot more going on in Houghton than is encapsulated here.
all right. All right, this was my attempt at capturing some of the feedback we received. I'm not sure if I got this right, so this is one I definitely want council feedback on at the end. Review the Kirkland Municipal Court criminal justice system, including prosecution and public defense services to ensure effective and equitable provision of public safety and justice to all community members, with the city council goal of community safety.
Councilmember Tim Chisholm.
Thank you. I think this captures it well. I like the fact that the Kirkland Municipal Court is prior to the criminal justice system, because the criminal justice system is probably too broad. The only clarification, I guess, would be whether the jail is incorporated in the Kirkland Municipal Court criminal justice system or not. That the jail staff, jail levels may be something we look at. I'm not sure.
Councilmember Black?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So the only comment I have is just that I would also like to see someone here, victim support. It's the one thing that's, I think we talked about a lot and might have been the original impetus for this discussion that's not appearing in there.
So, what stuck out to me when I was reviewing this was the three words Kirkland Municipal Court. That was feeling very specific to the court, and with the separation of powers and how our government's kind of set up, I like it more broad. The criminal justice system is more broad. It's not specific. I don't know that there's really going to be necessarily a lot of specific things with the court, and that's kind of the assumption that's made when being that specific. That's just kind of how I think about it.
Some thoughts on that. We'll come to this at the end, but I think there's a path in between.
Do you want Councilmember Tim Chisholm to respond, or do you want to? You can go first. Go ahead.
I guess I appreciate Councilmember Pascal's comments. That makes sense to me. The thing that I guess I was trying to, the only thing is that the criminal justice system is so broad because you're looking at police procedures, tactics, I mean, everything. And so if we don't narrow the scope somewhat, I think we get into, police procedures for making traffic stops and stuff like that, where maybe we don't want to be there. So if that's not the right way to narrow the scope of the subject, then we should look at ways to narrow the scope.
Councilmember Falcone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, I've appreciated this discussion. I was going to hold my comments until the end, but since we're having this discussion, I wanted to chime in. I share some of the thoughts of my colleagues here in that I think there's a discussion yet to be had by council as to what this actually means, because I think there's a lot of interpretation. It can be very broad, and I think there are a lot of different interests related to this. And so for now, I feel like it's probably fruitful, given what I'm hearing and given also my own thoughts, that we are a little bit more broad than what's here. So I agree with Councilmember Pascal on that, and in keeping it a little bit broader. I also, similar to Councilmember Black's comments, had some interest, and I know others did as well, on the experience of survivors and victims, which may relate to the criminal justice system, and may also be outside of the criminal justice system. So I think that it's a conversation that we're going to be having. And so for now, for this, I think it's fruitful to keep it a little bit broader, and then have that conversation around specifically what we want that to look like. Because I know when we had the budget discussion, it was clear that there were various opinions, and we weren't really prepared to make a decision yet. And I feel like I don't think it warrants holding this work up of the city work program, but I do think that we need to have that more nuanced conversation. Thank you.
Councilmember Pascal?
And just to follow up, the other thing that the other reason why I'd like to remove the Kirkland Municipal Court as in the words is because part of the impetus and me raising this in our retreat last year was also the regional influences and how decisions at the regional level, even at the state level in some ways, can affect the local level. And it doesn't necessarily mean we need to make changes, but we need to understand how those decisions are affecting us at the local level and then be prepared to respond at some levels. So there's that regional influence here. So it's not just like this insular Kirkland thing, where we're just looking, hey, Kirkland, what do we control? What do we have the power of? It's like, well, how do we respond if things happen that are outside our control, but yet affect the people, that live or work, or visit Kirkland? So that was also the impetus there too. And I don't know how to reflect that, but that's why, more broad, and then have us try to narrow that in, because we recognize that it's a very broad issue and we can't tackle it all, and we don't want to tackle it all, but we want to really kind of focus on those things that I think are of greatest importance and that we have some influence over.
Any further comments before I'll come back. I have some thoughts on that, the final slide. Okay, adopt and implement a homelessness action plan to help those experiencing homelessness in Kirkland move to safe and stable housing options. This is something council adopted a resolution about that would be coming to the council in the spring and summer, and would be across the spectrum, or what we call our continuum of care of housing. So everything from prevention of homelessness to affordable housing options. And so all those things would be wrapped up in a homelessness action plan that would tee up short, medium, and long-term actions. And the goals: inclusive and equitable community and supportive human services. I could probably also put housing on there too.
I see no questions.
And just a reminder, that was the HEART team, our homeless action team up there on the slides. They've been doing a fantastic job. All right, complete construction of the 180 Drive and 100th Avenue Northeast multimodal transportation projects. The City Council goals: balanced transportation and dependable infrastructure. Councilmember Pascal already had a question on this one that he raised up, but want to make it here, we can do it at the very end.
Thank you, City Manager. So we have like 3 major corridor projects going on right now: 180 Drive, 100th, and 124th Avenue through Totem Lake. Those are all pretty significant multi-million-dollar efforts with lots going on. I just want to make sure that all 3 are reflected here.
Yeah, and there was no particular reason that I did not include that. I think that it's similar in scale and scope as you mentioned, so I think adding that would make sense. Okay, this is the last of the 8 slides, and I have 2 slides following this, so bear with me as I read. Develop an equitable, sustainable 2027-2028 budget. I know you just adopted the last one, but that maintains financial stability. Budget should identify options for dedicated funding for streets, human services, and parks operation maintenance, while investing in other community priorities and retaining the Kirkland's AAA credit rating. So it's a theme that's been going across the last 3 budgets. You can see the budget covers the last 3 budgets, and we have this discussion quite a bit. I'll get to the last slide for a full discussion about whether or not to include the budget as one of the city work program items, because obviously it's something you have to do no matter what, and it's required by state law, and it has to balance. But it's also a $1 billion budget with 650 staff that outlines your priorities. So it's a constant discussion about should it be it or not. The 3 things I want to highlight that were also in the budget message, and we talked about in the budget when we adopted it, which is the council did an awesome job of plugging gaps in the budget. So we fully funded the street fund, we fully funded human services to a historic level, including backfilling ARPA. And we funded KTUB and parks operations and even made some additional investments. But all of those were primarily with one-time money that would expire at the end of 2026. So any one of those three needs a plan. And so that's really the reason I felt like we need to include something about those three in particular, but doing it in a way that is sustainable and maintains our AAA credit rating. So my last slide, and then I'll leave a slide up that has all 8. Once we have this discussion, we'll have a second discussion in February. One of the things we highlighted for you all is that you have a late February retreat on February 28th. It's possible to adopt the work program and then refine it in the retreat. So for example, you might adopt the criminal justice element and then scope it in the retreat. Or you might say, hey, these are pretty big. We really want a full retreat to talk about what the final work program should look like, and then you could adopt that in March. So, and that may all depend on your discussion today. So, and then obviously once you adopt it, we then develop implementation plans, we prioritize resources, and we bring things back for council action and adoption. So that is the high-level overview, and what I'll do now is leave the 8 up there. Obviously, I summarized them, and I will open up for comments and discussion. Obviously, tonight, if council thinks there's a big 1 or 2 missing, we want to capture that, or if there's one you think, yeah, that doesn't really need to be on there, we want to capture that as well.
Thank you, City Manager. Councilmember Sweet. Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you, Councilmember Sweet. Thank you, Mayor. One of the things that I would like to, I'm not prepared to add to the work program, but want to reserve space for is a discussion with the county if the Kirkland site is selected for the Northeast Transfer Station. When you talk about, City Manager, about what's in the work program, it's things that have multi-departmental scope, things that the City Council is going to engage in, and it's going to be a focus of a lot of the City Manager's office across departments. I think that qualifies. I don't want to presuppose any decision by the county, but just as we're thinking of other things to add, I could see us mid-year wanting to add that as a work program item for engagement with the county if the Kirkland site is selected. So just want to reserve space for that. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Sweet.
Good call, Deputy Mayor Arnold. We're talking 2029 for go live, so that's a big deal. The couple comments that I wanted to make in the catalyze the station area, I think what we have to look at is we have to look at why the station area plan came about. And the reason it came about is because the county, through Sound Transit, is investing $235 million into a BRT station that we don't have any buses going to currently. I know we're going to be talking about the K line in a little bit, but we all know that the K line is not enough. So somewhere in that catalyze the station area, to my mind, needs to be why the station area is there, and it needs to be maybe independent buses, some kind of a strategy for us to assure that when we open that BRT station, there are bodies getting on the BRT buses. The other thing that I would add, and I think this is probably kind of following up on a comment that Councilmember Tim Chisholm made, when we talk about economic development, not just for the station area plan, but in fact, economic development across the city with the new employee coming in and with sort of increased focus on that, I think that's a really important element. When you started out this whole thing with this theme that you and I talked about this afternoon of focused progress during times of uncertainty. Well, a major element of our uncertainty is going to be around economic development and around the city's continued ability to fill the coffers with sales tax and the rest of it that will come as a result of economic development. I know that in the Tourism Development Committee, we are committed to working with whoever comes on board, working on economic development to really focus any efforts that we are going to be making over the course of the next couple of years around those efforts. So somehow I would want to infuse a significant economic development piece in there, and it may overlie more than just the station area.
Thank you.
Councilmember Falcone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Were you done, Councilmember Sweet? You look like you still had a thought.
I did, but I'm thinking it
Okay, thank you. Well, thank you again, City Manager, for this. You know, I really appreciated in the memo kind of the history of how this came about and this process came about and the thoughtfulness of staff and councils before us in making sure that we're really being accountable as part of our accountability to the public, and that our publicly stated goals of a council are, and as a city, are really tied to the things that we're spending staff time and resources and budget on. So thank you for that. It is very thoughtful, and it's a good check-in for that, but it just reflects how naturally we do that, because we kind of live and breathe these goals and these values. Because, I mean, we're already hitting on, none of these are surprises. This is all stuff we've been talking about. It's not like you were trying to reach and stretch to find something that would fit that one goal. Right. And the fact that we're able to cover all our goals, I mean, as Councilmember Sweet said, we have economic development in here. You know, we have active transportation, we have community safety, we have human services, we have budget, we have housing, we have, you know, so many of the things that are important to our community, important to us as a city, just naturally out of the work that we do, reach those goals. So it's a good exercise to be able to do that and show how we're prioritizing that. So thank you for that. I already mentioned my comments on the criminal justice, so I won't repeat those. I did notice in looking through what was in the memo, the 2023 to 2024 Kirkland Work Program, that yes, a lot of those we've checked off and we've accomplished. One that we're still working on and that we will, like, due to the nature of the work, will continue to need to work on is the DEIB roadmap. And the Kirkland Work Program item for 2023 and 2024 for that reads, complete priority tasks of the diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging 5-year roadmap, and update the roadmap with new tasks identified by the community, the council, and the staff. And based on our last conversation or last briefing that we had on this, I think it was a special presentation, there was a lot of feedback that myself and some others had on that DEIB roadmap. We are doing a fantastic job. Our DEIB staff is doing a fantastic job in implementing that. So thank you, Erica and team and everyone, for all the hard work on that. But that work is not done. And so as far as things that are missing, I think that needs to continue on I feel pretty strongly that needs to continue on our city work program for us to do that, particularly the updating the roadmap with new tasks identified by the community, the council, and the staff. That's something that we continuously hear input from the community. I know I provided some input as a council member, and others did as well. And that's something that is really important to the work that we do, and I think it needs to be elevated high enough to the city work program, because it's, and this is also part of being really transparent with the public as well, is what we're spending our staff time on, as you mentioned, what the CMO office is really spending a lot of time on, kind of those higher level projects. So I'd like to see that continue to remain on there. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you again, City Manager, for all this work and for setting the stage for this conversation. When I was looking at this material in the memo, what I ended up doing was sort of setting the proposals aside, and I just sat down and thought about my own list. And actually, I really like the way Deputy Mayor characterized it, because I didn't realize at the time, but now the Deputy Mayor has sort of given it a framework. That's what I was looking for, was those things that I knew that we need to reserve space for the work, and particularly ones that are cross-disciplinary and interdepartmental. So when I did that effort and sort of sat aside the staff's proposals and sort of looked at these areas where I think we need to reserve space, I came up with a list. There's a couple things, there's a lot of overlap with what is already being proposed, and that's terrific. There's just a couple things I wanted to daylight, but I think maybe there's only one that really needs to be, that I would maybe be a strong proponent that it be its own work program item. But one of them is the health through housing, permanent supportive housing at the former La Quinta, planning for that, for new residents to be moving in, and sort of the successful launch of that housing program. Communications with community members around the K line as it goes through design with Metro and work is done on that project. Deputy Mayor Arnold already mentioned NERTS, the Northeast Regional Transit, whatever it's called, the transfer station. Thank you. And then the last one is what I'm sort of calling. Oh yeah, thank you. I missed one. The mayor, the former mayor, highlighted Houghton Village, planning and implementation for Houghton Village. That's something we're going to be doing in the next 6 months. But to the extent we want to sort of highlight that, which needs to sort of we need to reserve staff space for, I think that's important. Possibly important, although it may be folded into some of the other stuff we're doing. And then the last one is what I'm calling sort of proactive communications and community engagement innovation. We've talked about this a little bit, and this is actually the one I think I would actually argue deserves to be on our work program, and that's some of the conversations we've had about how to be more proactive in our communications with the public and how to innovate with our community engagement. We've had conversations about how to do certain conversations more effectively and make them two-way conversations. We've talked about specific ideas like coffee with the council. I've had ideas about how we can sort of more proactively program meetings and sort of town hall type meetings with our community at our fire stations, some of which are sparkling and new and would be kind of exciting to do that. So I guess where that leaves me, I feel like health through housing kind of fits into the coordinated response to homelessness action plan. I think K-line, NERTS, I want to make sure we're reserving space for that and staff availability for that, but I think those are going to be things we're naturally going to be doing. Houghton Village, I guess what I'd say about that is we're doing that in the next 6 months, no matter what. And so that really leaves this idea of sort of proactive community engagement and innovative communications with our community. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Okay.
Councilmember Tim Chizin?
I will express support for Councilmember Black's health through housing at the former La Quinta being on our work program if this opens in '25. I think the city of Kirkland needs to make sure we stay involved. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Pascal?
So a lot of good thoughts so far. One of the things that you had on one of the previous slides was, when to take action on the work program. And it sounds like there's a number of items that, I don't know that we're going to fully flesh out today and might be deserving of greater conversation during the retreat where, I would be open to kind of holding off on adoption of the work program until after we get through the retreat, because there might be some really good outcomes from that process rather than adopting it before the retreat. That's just something that I'm thinking about because I don't know what we gain. It's not like we're holding off doing some of these things. We're already proceeding forward, right? So it'd just be nice to maybe have some further conversations about some of this. On the outreach in particular, I know the deputy city manager has been talking to us about communications and outreach, and so, I'm looking forward to kind of hearing what comes from that, so we can have kind of a deeper, richer discussion beyond just kind of the ideas that Councilmember Black had raised. So I think there's probably more there. What I've been thinking about with outreach and why I brought up the two-way communication during the comp plan process was kind of very targeted. I was kind of having my thought process was the city does a lot of communication. We have a lot of things going on there. We do a lot of outreach. That's very broad. I don't know that I'm kind of in agreement that we need to open up everything and have it all for discussion, because that seems to be a really kind of big thing. What I was talking about was outreach on very high-profile, very high-interest topics by the public. For example, comp plan, the Kraken, the Houghton Village, those are obviously really high-profile, lots of input that we're getting from the public, and I want to kind of explore how we can have more of that two-way conversation where council can, instead of always sitting at the dais and talking to our residents, we can be kind of more conversationalist, have more opportunities for that, more ad hoc, less structured, and defend defend our positions on why we think something is truly important. So that's kind of what I'm looking for. I don't have the answer, but I think that's something that would be good to talk through.
Thank you. Anyone else, Deputy Mayor?
I like the discussion and support what Councilmember Pascal is saying about let's take our time, let's perhaps consider this as a retreat, because a lot of great ideas here. And while I am confident we're going to be doing a lot of them, I would rather have a work plan that has fewer items than everything that's listed here. So there may be some things that we end up doing, but we don't want to have on our work plan. I think that's a broader discussion in the retreat. While we're looking at saying, I don't want a work plan with 17 work items on it, I do have one more idea to add for potential discussion, and that's the World Cup. It may also fit into this category of saying we want some city focus on that and how we're both responding to the demands of and making the most of the tourism and economic development opportunities of this region being the focus in 2026 for the World Cup that June.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay. I appreciate what Deputy Mayor just said. Last work program had 12 items. I think you had 8, and during this conversation, we added at least 4 or 5, and I've got a few more too. But then I also recognize it's all stuff that we're working on, and so what do we take off? But to a couple points that I've heard earlier, the Seattle Kraken one, we don't have a deal yet. We don't have a term sheet yet, and this one, the way it's written, it sort of assumes that we're moving forward, so I would rewrite that in a way that doesn't imply a decision's been made. The conversation about transit and the 85th, one of the things that I thought about adding was and it's similar to what Councilmember Sweet said, in that we may need to create our own transit systems. And it's not just about 85th, but we know that we have a deep need for additional transit. It's not going to be met, or it's not currently being met by Metro. We do have a comp plan policy about exploring creating our own transit system. So is that a standalone? Does it go within the comp plan conversation? But I think it's something that we need to add and not overlook. I support Councilmember Falcone about adding the DEIB section back. I also noticed that we dropped sustainability and implementing the PROS plan. Both of those are near and dear to my heart. I would hate to see them not on this work program because it's something that we're going to consistently, I hope, consistently work on. And, and in my transit system transportation, perhaps that's a new work program item, and completing Juanita Drive 100th and 124th falls within that. So it includes the CIP projects that we already have. I appreciate the discussion around public engagement. I had some thoughts on that I plan to bring up later under item 9D. I do agree that it's something that we should explore for this work program, and let me look at my notes. Oh, and the other thing that we haven't talked about, and maybe it doesn't need to go on our work program, but we have talked about expanding and improving the Public Works Maintenance Center. So how is that going to fit in with all the other many projects that we have going on? Okay. Councilmember Falcone?
Thank you. I have one other note I forgot to mention. I appreciate this discussion. I'm realizing that since we're identifying our laundry list of items that we want to talk about potentially. It sounds like maybe at a retreat that we might want to consider here. Whenever I've brought up the I'm glad Deputy Mayor Arnie brought up the World Cup. I feel like every time I bring up that we need to prep for the World Cup, I also bring up that we need to do a lot of work on AI, that we need to be prepared and for artificial intelligence, not just how we are going to utilize these tools, but if there's any policy that we need to adopt related to artificial intelligence. I think this is something that, is just off and running, and I would like to know, I think this is something that I would like to see come before council. I know that this is something that I've seen at the SCA deputy, or the city managers group that I believe that Kirkland staff has briefed the other regional leaders from staff on. And so this is something that I believe should be a council discussion at some point and could potentially be a city work program item, because this is, there's a lot to it. And I think we need to be really intentional about use of this technology and how it could change the way we do operations, the way that our, things happen in our community. There's a lot to be, that I think we need to be keeping on top of and be proactive about. And so I just wanted to throw that in the list of things, that whether it's a city work program item, I think it's so big that I think it's bigger than a lot of the things on here, and may require more discussion to figure out where the appropriate place is to have that on a plan. But I do think it's something that I would like to have more conversations about, that I don't hear us talking about enough, that I hear other cities talking about a lot more. And so I'm looking forward to future discussions on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Last thoughts? Okay.
Just a quick few thoughts to wrap up. Thank you very much. We took copious notes, both I did and Deputy City Manager Jim Lopez did. Just quick few things. The issue of the K line, as I was thinking about it, I would have had it under the TSP work program items as something I'll be doing, but I do think that's something that could be called out. So just wanted you to know I didn't forget about that one. And similarly with health through housing was another conscious thought as I was doing the initial draft, that falls under the homeless action plan, because one of the continuum of care items is to have supportive housing. But I think that's another one that we'll bring back for council discussion. With respect to Houghton Village, I actually had a lot of individual thought about that as well before not putting it on here. But I do think Deputy Mayor Arnold and I had a conversation about this. I think there's two moments in time. One, you're going to make a decision about whether to do something with it. But I think after that, Deputy Mayor was thinking that might be the time to add it, where depending on what you choose, like if you don't just sell it back, but you choose to do X with it, then whatever X is might be the thing that you want to put on the work program. So just sort of put a bookmark there. But otherwise, what my suggestion would be is we bring a further refined draft back to the February 4th council meeting for further discussion, but not action, and then following kind of the direction of the council, then take that to the retreat. My only observation about the retreat is I know you also have additional topics you've given to Deputy City Manager Underwood, so we will have to look at how much time you have to devote to this versus other topics, and also maybe end up having a second retreat or something as well. So with that, thank you very much for your thoughtful comments. I appreciate it. I will conclude my presentation.
Thank you. We're going to take a quick break for a technology fix before we move on to our second study session.
Test.
We are now going to move on to our second study session item, which was one meeting city council legislative software preview. That rolls off the tongue.
Yes. Thank you, Mayor. So happy to introduce our Administrative Services Manager, Elizabeth Atkinson. who's going to make a presentation to the council. I want to update you on our new legislative software that we're looking to implement. We have not implemented a legislative software since 2004, so we're pretty excited.
Am I having another username and another password?
You will not,
All right, just checking.
unless you choose to. Well, actually, IT would say, yes, you'll have to have another password about every 90 days, right? So, but other than that, so Elizabeth, take it away.
Okay, thank you so much, and good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and council members. Good to see you. So tonight, as mentioned, we will be previewing our new City Council legislative software that is called One Meeting. In the materials, we gave you a recommendation for tonight to receive this preview, ask questions, and provide us feedback. Our plan is to launch this new software and public portal with the March 4th City Council meeting. So that means that the first council packet would be posted on February 28th and available to you and to the public on our website. So we thought it was a great time to check in with you on how this project is working and what you will expect when that first packet goes live. Before we jump into that preview, we just wanted to give you a little bit of background on this project itself. So what is legislative software? That's a word that is sort of thrown around a lot in this presentation and in our materials. So this software will assist the city with the preparation and posting of all of our city council meeting materials, which includes the agendas, the minutes, ordinances, resolutions, staff reports, legislative request memos, proclamations, pretty much everything that is part of your packet materials and will be kept on file for forever and ever so that we are keeping track of the record of council proceedings. That legislative software that we have selected, One Meeting, has two parts to it. One is the pre-posting process, which is how we put our agendas together. So how we create memos, how we share them with each other, and how we make sure that the right people are looking at them so that when they are posted, they are accurate and they are complete. And then once it's posted, it has the public portal access, which will have a streamlined presentation for the public and all those that are going out to our website to look for these types of materials. So we are hoping to enhance accessibility and searchability as well for everything that we post online. I also wanted to add that there are some benefits for our clerks team that we have with utilizing this type of software. One of them is that it creates a central repository for all of these materials. It also allows for version control. As you can imagine, these things change hands a lot when we're preparing them. So this will help us keep track of all of those items and also gives us visibility in the clerk's office. We can see the item from creation to the time that it gets posted. We know where it is. We know what staff to talk to help it get through the process and get into the packet in an appropriate timeline and for efficiency. That's part of what we call the automated workflow. So it's going to include a portion where there's approvals step by step. So we know that when we have something going into the packet, it's really seen all the right eyes before we get it out onto the web page. This provides for more accurate information and less alterations at the time of the meeting. So in essence, the CCO will know where all items are at all times during this process, and that will help us be efficient and accurate. Some of the values that we discovered while we were working on this project, really thinking about the why and the purpose, and really focusing on the importance of putting this project forward. We wanted to accomplish transparency in the materials that we're providing, that they're available and accessible, and that will happen through the public portal and also through an increased opportunity to search for documents, so an enhanced search. The accountability that our materials are complete, accurate, and include the appropriate review and approvals through that automated workflow. And also efficiency, making sure that we are compiling the packet and creating those items and posting them in an efficient manner. And just for the benefit of those following along, we have had quite a background with this item. We actually started discussions before 2022 talking about what type of legislative software the city would like to have. which led to a request for proposals process and selection in 2022. Once the software was selected, the city decided to pilot this through utilizing our planning and building department. Thank you very, very much. And they used this for the last year or so to post meeting materials for our Planning Commission, Design Review Board, and our hearing examiner. So they really helped us see what this was going to look like in real time, test things out with our community, and learn a little bit more about the system all at the same time. So again, thank you to Planning and Building. Since 2024, we've been working towards the City Council automation and implementation with the plan, as we stated tonight, to launch this potentially with our March 3rd meeting. And the next steps would be to also implement this for all of the remaining boards, commissions, and committees for the city within the year of 2025. I also want to just mention that in addition to putting this into place for all of the meetings moving forward, we are also going to be adding to the system all of the meetings and past materials going back to 2011. That way that all of those materials going back that far will be available in the same portal and searchable with the same search. So part of this is not just to be moving forward with these efficiencies, but also to provide for that good searchability when you're trying to research items or see when the last time you talked about an item was. As we all know, a lot of things are very cyclical and they come back over time. So hopefully that will be a big help to everyone that uses our webpage.
Just to clarify, the reason we picked 2011, that was actually my decision. We had to figure out where to stop, and we decided to go with annexation. So when we became the bigger city as a really good breaking point between a before and an after.
I thought that you chose it because that's the year I arrived here.
Also.
In addition to that, we did want to remind the council and our community that we also do have a great history of documentation available online right now. So while we will be adding it to our new portal for the ease of searchability, we just wanted to remind you that we do have our City of Kirkland legislative document page, which includes ordinances, resolutions, and council materials. Right now, you can search all of those materials, and those go back for the beginning of the entity, I believe. You can search by number, title, date, or even a keyword. And we've also made some quick links to go see city ordinances, resolutions, etc. And those are the fully signed documents. So a lot of times that's a question that we get. We know where your council materials are, but where are those signed documents? Well, right now, they're out here on our webpage. And you do have those options over here on the right-hand side. Those are those quick links that if you're just looking to get to the ordinances and resolutions, that can help you find them. But also if you're looking for something a little more specific, you can go into our search and search by a type of document or all documents and a keyword. So we do have a lot of opportunity right now for you to find the documents online. Oh, now I gotta get back to my... There we go. Okay, that was the background. Now we're going to dive into a preview of what we have tonight. So tonight we're going to go ahead and use our Design Review Board and Planning Commission pages to give you a preview of what to expect. And I also just wanted to provide a couple of references for some other cities that have had this software and been using it for over a year. So if you're interested in seeing another city that kind of has a more built-out system, you can check out the city of Las Vegas and also LA City. They have been using this for over a year now. Okay, now hopefully this works for me. So a couple things I just wanted to highlight. This is very much how it will present for the city council page. So when you pop out to the city council page for agendas and meeting packets, it will have kind of the same layout here. Right up at the top, there's a nice area to search if you want to jump straight into a search, or an advanced search option. And this will be wonderful when we start populating the system more. You can select which board or commission you'd like to look at, so you can search city council documents. Thank you. Looked like we maybe stopped. Is it sharing again or no? Okay. Okay, thank you. So this will give you the opportunity to not just search for city council, but you could technically search for all of the committees and boards and commissions that are within the system itself. So that's a nice feature as well, so that you can search for items across when it may have gone to planning commission and then it also came to city council. Again, the advanced search gives you a lot of opportunities. You can even search for the type of item it was. So if you wanted to see all of the resolutions we've passed, you can look at, oh, I just want to see special meeting topics, etc. So hopefully that will be a great improvement to how you can research items on our page and get to them quickly. In the presentation itself, it arranges items by meeting. So let's go ahead and look back at 2024. So there you can see it arranges them by date. You can then access the HTML packet, or you can download the full version of the packet. So these are all options that we have now, and we are continuing to offer those options. Let me see, I might have, there we go. I pulled open a few things earlier just to make sure that if we had a little network access issue that we could get to them quickly. So here's an example of the Kirkland Design Review Board meeting agenda. And in here you can see it's very similar to what we have now with the different items. And when you get to an item where there's business, it'll present, they're presenting a lot of details here. We'll just keep the agenda title that will be presented here. And then it gives you the option to actually just download the one item, or you can download, like we said before, the full packet. So it gives people that opportunity. If they're interested in one item, they can get that one. If they're interested in more, they can get the full packet. Okay, so that's kind of an overview of what to expect online. I would also mention that planning did a really wonderful presentation on their, I think it's their planning and building department page. If you go out to each individual page itself on the Planning Commission, they've added some information about how to access the meeting packets. So again, this is just a document that Planning and Building put together so that people can learn a little bit more how to navigate that system, download the items they want, and search. So we will plan to do something very similar for the City Council rollout and have that available online. Okay, so at this point, I am gonna close out of this and make sure I'm sharing the right page. Okay. So, tentative launch dates. As mentioned, we are looking at launching with the March 4th City Council meeting, and that packet would be published on Friday 28th. And then also looking to expand this through the remainder of our boards, commissions, and committees through December of 2025. The caveat is that we are still in development of the system. We are still working through kind of all the little tweaks to make sure that we're ready to go. And so if there's any adjustment to the date, we may have to push it back a little further. But right now we are training up staff beginning this week and moving towards that March 4th date. So that is what we are hoping for. That ends my presentation for this evening. So time for any council discussion, questions, or feedback.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Councilmember Tim Chisholm?
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I saw a document that said how to access the council packet. Is accessing the council packet more difficult for the general public than it used to be?
With the new system? We don't believe so. I think it's really just about that it looks different than what our current page looks like. And so it kind of compares, you're used to seeing it look this way, and now it looks this way. But in essence, it's still just the click, and you can download the packet or access it via the URL. So I don't anticipate that, but I think that's what we were trying to get ahead of, is kind of that look and feel difference.
Okay, yeah, that would be my only concern, is that the general public wouldn't need to educate themselves too much to access our packets.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Councilmember Falcone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, it's a good question, Councilmember Tim Chisholm. We certainly want this to be easier and more accessible, you know, obviously with the project values of transparency, accountability, and efficiency. I'm, you know, hopeful that that will be easier for the public. In fact, in getting demos, I think, that we got months ago on this, I'm really excited to see this roll out. I mean, I think it'll be easier for the public to be able to look up a certain topic that they're interested in or a certain like body of work that they're interested in. It's a lot easier, and the search function is a lot more robust in a good way than our current system. So in answer to your question, Councilor Chisholm, I think it'll be even more enhanced and more user-friendly for the public to be able to access information and to be, again, more transparent, accountable, and efficient for the public. And as a council member, like I'm looking forward to being able to like more easily search through things, because there are times where I want to know, hey, when was this last talked about? Or like, what were the council, what decision did the council make on this like a decade ago that's being referenced in this document or whatever? And so in just playing around with it when it was demoed before, it seems like it's going to help us do our job better as council members as well. So thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor?
Forget 10 years ago, Councilmember Falcone, I want to know what we did a year and a half ago to go back and be able to say, I remember talking about this. Where did things end up? Couple of questions to that end. One is that the view that you showed kind of presents some of the information that we look at today, that's available today. I'm wondering about other things that might be easier that we don't provide today. For example, in addition to saying, here is that meeting packet from that particular meeting, having the minutes from that meeting in the same place instead of trying to say, do I look the next meeting or 2 meetings ahead to find those minutes? So you've got all the things for a particular meeting there, even though they might have been approved later or a draft is available. Even if a draft was available, that's useful information before it's approved.
Yes, thank you for bringing that. Excuse me. Our plan is to tie in signed versions of items back to the item where it lives in the agenda. So when you search for things in general, you would not only get the draft that you saw that went before council, but you would see the fully signed executed copy as well. And so that would be for all of the items such as ordinances, resolutions, minutes, that we would be adding them post-meeting. The way it does present, as you can kind of see there, and if you'd like, I can go back to the search page to show you. But for instance, if you search for ordinance, it will show you every meeting where an ordinance was on the agenda, and it'll show you each item that the ordinance appeared in, the word ordinance, and then you can pick which item you'd like to view. And the hope is that then we would tie that item both to what was presented and what was finally executed, and you'd have both right there at your fingertips.
Great, would be really helpful, because it's a lot of what I end up doing is I remember we did this, and then I remember we made some changes from the dais, so it never showed up in a packet. To be able to go back and look at those languages. The other thing, Elizabeth, and you mentioned this, you framed this originally as legislative documents. One thing the Puget Sound Regional Council does on their meeting information that I rely on a lot is they also publish the presentations that are a part of this. Is there a way that this software could be used not just for the legislative documents, but things like that, where and sometimes PSRC does this ahead of time, which is super useful for people in the audience to follow along. Sometimes it happens afterwards, but is there a way to archive those presentations too? Because that is, in some ways, the most accessible way to get up to speed on a particular topic.
If you are asking if the software can do that, I would say yes, it can. It would be a similar presentation. We would go back to the item itself of the meeting it was tied to, and we would add that as an attachment to that particular item. So then it would be in the system. Again, it would be fully searchable, and it would be sort of tied to that item, tied to that meeting. So I think it's something we'd have to just work on in our post-meeting production, kind of all of the items that we'd like to add in. But my understanding is that absolutely, yes, we can add in those things after the meeting.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. You got a lot of head nods on that one. Councilmember Pascal.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm excited about the search function, because I did the same thing that the deputy mayor would do, is just kind of go through each agenda until I found the right thing I was looking for. and it would take a while. I probably missed this, but, on the video side, so are we linking the video into the same menu as well? So the menu will have everything, or we still have to go to the separate video?
The video will still be tied to the meeting itself, but it will pop you out into a separate screen, is my understanding. And it may be that we might want to come back when we are live. Unfortunately, the software doesn't have a test environment where we could come bring you a test environment and show you how it is planning to present. We kind of have to wait till we make it live to show some of these things. So be happy to either provide some details on that or come back if it was helpful. But that's my understanding right now, is that is actually a separate module from the same company. And they tie as far as you would still have to open up a new screen and have it come up.
So the way that we're using the planning commission, or we've rolled out the planning commission right now, is that we have, the video function isn't enabled at the moment. Is that correct? To where you have the separate video log, and then you have the agenda and packet log. Is that how that's being used? And once we roll this out, then it's all going to be combined? Is that what you're saying?
We're going to try to at least link them, and I believe in the web presentation, it would still offer you the opportunity to click to go out to the video for a specific meeting, but it will take you to a new page, is basically what I'm saying.
Okay. Could you pull up the planning commission example?
Yeah, let me see if I can get out there.
Clear. Because I was just playing with it here on my screen, and I don't really see where the video is.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, let me get back to that page. Okay. And then I have to share this page, right? Okay. Thank you. Okay.
It has see how it has that video item on the far right? So there would be a link there?
That would be the intention, yes. And I think we're still working with the developer on some of these finalized pieces.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Tim Chisholm?
Hi. So when we go to the Kirkland, Washington homepage, the homepage, we click on one button that says coming up at City Council, and then the second click is the January 21st, 25 meeting packet. So it's a total of 2 clicks. I would like to see that kept the same, 2 clicks. And just that simplicity that we currently have, so we don't lose the simplicity of people being able to find the current meeting packet. I understand there's a lot of nuance to this complex system, but the current meeting packet of the upcoming meeting, I'd like to see either kept on the City of Kirkland, the homepage, or maybe 1 click away. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? All right, I think that's a great presentation, and I actually have binders of printed agendas that I go through to try to find, so, I know. So, this is going to be great. So, thank you, Elizabeth.
Thank you very, very much. And if you do have any other feedback, please let me know. And we will keep you informed on our launch date.
Awesome.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
So, that concludes our study session for this evening. We will be back at 7:30 for our regular meeting.
Thank you all.
Do you have an estimate? The Zoom isn't working, but the recording's working, so.
Are you
could-
okay with that?
Yeah, I mean, you're in open session and the recording's going, and so it'll be on KGov, so.
All right. Okay. We are back. With council's permission, I would like to move directly to executive session since we finished our study session earlier. And then we will end executive session at 7:30 and resume our regular business meeting. Is there any objection? All right, we are going to adjourn to,
Yeah, and can you sort of announce the purpose of your exec session like you would normally? Great.
I was going to.
Awesome, sorry.
We are now going to adjourn to executive session to discuss city employees' performance, and we will be back at 7:30 for our regular session. Thank you. All right, we are back to our regularly scheduled meeting. Just for the audience, we did, after we concluded our study session, we did adjourn for a quick executive session to review performance of a city employee. So we added that to the agenda after approval of council. We have finished that executive session. Now we're back to our regular session, and we'll be going back to executive session later. So, welcome everyone, and welcome Kirkland Performance Center. You've got both the front row. We look forward to hearing from you later. Before I move on, we lost an important member of our community this week, and so I'd like to read a brief statement to mark the loss of Kirkland's most dedicated community leaders. As many of you have heard, former city council and longtime community leader Dave Asher passed away on Wednesday, January 15th. Our hearts and thoughts are with his loving spouse, Hey-Sun, and the rest of Dave's family. Many of us up here served with Dave in one way or another. So Dave truly embodied the spirit of Kirkland. During his 20-year tenure on the council, Dave was well known for his philosophy of accountability and boots-on-the-ground governance. Throughout his term, Dave maintained a steadfast vision of enhanced public safety and walkability, fiscal responsibility and performance management, and environmental sustainability that has been carried forward through today. He was committed to community engagement and empowering people to take an active role in shaping their city. He was a legislative trailblazer and helped establish Kirkland's strong legacy of legislative advocacy and impact in Olympia that continues to this day. In addition to his service on the city council, Dave was well known in the community for his dedication and compassion for Kirkland's less advantaged residents, especially children. I'm sure many of us recall Dave's longtime leadership and support for the Kiwanis Club of Kirkland and Nourishing Networks, two organizations that were very near and dear to him. His friends and colleagues can easily recall his warm and genuine nature and his ability to inspire action. Anyone who knew Dave knew that he believed in the potential of every individual to make a difference, and he encouraged others to step up to a role of leadership, myself included. A retired U.S. Army Lieutenant Colonel, Dave served 21 years in the United States Army. He was an accomplished military leader who started as an infantryman and served as a ranger, a helicopter cavalry commander, and a logistics executive to a 2-star general to oversee complex logistical operations and strategic planning. Dave brought all of his training and more to everything he did. His kindness and passion will be remembered as much as his many accomplishments. Dave was a true public servant and left an enduring legacy of community leadership and civic pride. On behalf of the Kirkland City Council, thank you for your life of service, Dave, defending your country and cultivating your community. You will be missed. A memorial service for Dave will be held at Lake Washington United Methodist Church on March 1st. More information will be available on the city website. And with that, we are moving on to tonight's agenda, starting with our proclamation. Tonight's proclamation is about the 2025 Day of Racial Healing. Whoops, let me catch my breath there. All right. Tonight's proclamation will be 2025 Day of Racial Healing Proclamation. Deputy Mayor Arnold will be reading the proclamation. Oh, City Manager.
Thank you. While the mayor and deputy mayor are coming down, the National Day of Racial Healing was established by the W.K. Kellogg Foundation and observed every year on the Tuesday following the Martin Luther King Jr. Day, which is today, January 21st. We'll be claiming January 21st, 2025. As that day, I want to let members of the public and anyone following us know there's a lot of links in our memo to give people more information and where they can find additional ways that they can be involved. I'm here to receive the proclamation is Fabiola de la Pena Robinson, who's going to accept this. Fabiola is a Kirkland community member, a mindfulness and racial healing instructor, and also a Friends of Youth board member. And she has some folks who would like to join her up there receiving the proclamation. So please come forward. Welcome.
Proclaiming January 21st as Day of Racial Healing in Kirkland. Whereas the W.K. Kellogg Foundation supports thriving children, working families, and equitable communities, and helped to create the first National Day of Racial Healing in 2017 to further its work and create collective change. And whereas acknowledgement of past injustices help bring people together around a shared understanding of the ongoing issue of structural racism in order to heal as a community. And although it's not a comprehensive list, the city has identified the following examples that highlight the history of interpersonal, institutional, systemic, and structural racism in the Pacific Northwest. And whereas the southern Salish Sea region lies on the unceded and ancestral land of the Coast Salish peoples, the Duwamish, Muckleshoot, Puyallup, Skykomish, Snoqualmie, Snohomish, Suquamish, and Tulalip tribes, and other tribes of the Puget Sound and Salish people, and present-day city of Kirkland is in the traditional heartland of the Lake people and the River people, who are not alone in being the target of policies and practices by the United States government, its representatives, and the majority of local early settlers to be systematically dispossessed of ancestral homes to make way for white settlers. And whereas structural and institutional anti-Black racism was present in the Pacific Northwest, then part of the Oregon Territory, through the adoption of Black exclusion laws in the mid-1800s that prohibited Black people from living in the territory for more than 3 years and bore the consequences of 39 lashes every 6 months until they left. And whereas approximately 7,390 Americans of Japanese descent from Western Washington and Alaska were forcibly relocated and incarcerated in concentration camps during World War II, an action that was admitted by the U.S. government in 1988 to have been based on race prejudice, war hysteria, and a failure of political leadership. And whereas at least 33 Kirkland area housing subdivisions are known to have been racially restricted through property deed provisions or restricted covenants put in place between 1930 and 1947, which restricted the right of ownership, occupancy, conveyance, and or rental for, quote, only those of the Caucasian race. And whereas reminders of racism and inequality persist in our society, with the tragic killing of George Floyd by a police officer on May 25th, 2020 in Minneapolis, Minnesota, and the death of many other Black people and people of color. And whereas the Human Rights Watch, HRW, an organization that defends human rights around the world, publishes reports and briefings on human rights conditions in around 70 countries each year, reported at the beginning of 2024 that the human rights system is under threat, and made a call to action for governments to stop overlooking or rejecting universal human rights principles because someone always pays the price in freedom, liberty, health, livelihood, and sometimes with their lives. And whereas the city of Kirkland passed Resolution 5434 to ensure the safety and respect of Black people, and adopted Resolution 5240 declaring Kirk a safe, inclusive, and welcoming community for all people, and as a result of both resolutions has taken many budgetary and policy actions to make progress towards this goal, recognizing that there is still much more to be done to achieve equity, justice, and inclusion for everyone, to create a community that is committed to examining and dismantling interpersonal, institutional, and structural racism in Kirkland. And whereas the city understands and recognizes that there is a racial divide in our country that we all must work on bridging in order to help heal the wounds created by historical and current racial, ethnic, and religious bias. And whereas every person has the capability to make changes within themselves through reflection, learning, and conversations about race that can collectively have a profound effect on our entire society, and whereas dedicating ourselves to principles of truth, racial healing, and transformation can help bring about the necessary shifts in thinking and behavior that will create a community and country where racial biases and structural racism no longer plague our society, and whereas racial healing is a vital and crucial commitment to health, safety, and economic well-being of all people, now therefore, Mayor Kelly Curtis, on behalf of the City Council, proclaims the Tuesday following Martin Luther King Day as the day of racial healing in Kirkland, and calls upon the people of Kirkland, Washington, to promote racial healing and transformation in ways best suited for them individually to work together to ensure a more just and equitable world.
I am grateful to the City of Kirkland for recognizing the importance of racial healing and fostering a community where everybody feels welcome. By accepting this proclamation, we reaffirm our dedication to the ongoing process of collective healing, a journey that requires patience, courage, and resilience. Also recognizing how challenging it can be to stay the course as we confront the realities of our differences and the barriers that still exist. Yet, when we choose to honor and value one another's unique stories and contributions, we take meaningful steps toward bridging those divides. Every single kindness act makes a difference. And if you allow me, I'll read it in Spanish. Agradezco a la ciudad de Kirkland por reconocer la importancia de sanar las heridas raciales y fomentar una comunidad donde todos nos sintamos incluidos. Al aceptar esta proclamación, reafirmamos nuestro compromiso de la sanación colectiva, un camino que requiere paciencia, fortaleza y resiliencia. También es importante reconocer lo difícil que puede ser mantener el rumbo mientras enfrentamos las realidades de nuestras diferencias y las barreras que aún existen. Sin embargo, cuando elegimos honrar y valorar las historias y contribuciones de cada uno de nosotros, damos pasos significativos para acortar las distancias que nos separan. Cada acto de piedad hace un mundo de diferencia en la vida de cada uno.
I'll take that. You get this. Nameplates, yeah. All right, as everyone gets settled, we are now moving to items from the audience. This is a time in our meeting when we normally hear from the public. Please limit your remarks to 3 minutes. I will take this opportunity to explain to the community the new process that we will apply to items from the audience starting at our next meeting, assuming changes to council policies and procedures are approved tonight on consent agenda. The new process will take up to 45 minutes for our items for the audience. No more than 6 speakers on a subject, regardless of their position on a subject, so no more pro-con. Each speaker will still be provided 3 minutes for their remarks. Tonight, if you are present either in person or virtually and would like to address the council during this items for the audience period, please sign up using the online public comment instruction link or the in-person posted QR code. For those participating by phone, please dial *9 to be recognized to speak. Items from the audience is an important part of our business meeting, and we ask that everyone be treated with kindness and respect. We ask that you please not clap or applaud a speaker or otherwise openly express your agreement or disagreement with a speaker. When that happens, even when being openly supportive of a speaker, it can be disruptive to the meeting and discourage others from sharing a different point of view. We discourage people from using obscenities or making personal attacks against others, and we ask that you direct your comments to council, not to staff or audience members. In addition, because they can be disruptive, signs and placards are not allowed in council chambers during the meeting, regardless of their content. As a reminder, state law does not allow items from the audience to be used for promoting or opposing a candidate's campaign or a ballot proposition. Kirkland prides itself on being a respectful, welcoming community. We want everyone to feel like they belong in council chambers. City Clerk, who do we have signed up to speak?
The first three speakers are Nicole McKenzie, Paul Quinn, and Maria Hudson. The second speaker is virtual.
All right, Nicole. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. So I'm planned to talk about the K-line and transit, but I do want to quickly comment on one of your study session topics, which was the new software for council packets or boards and commissions packets. I do want to note Councilmember Tim Chisholm's concerns about ease of access, because in the Planning Commission packets, it is much more difficult to get to those, and much more than 2 clicks, and very difficult to understand what you're getting, how to get there. So I appreciate those comments. Thank you. With regards to the transit and K-line, I just want to note, I think that a lot of people in Kirkland are in favor of much more reliable and frequent transit options, not just within the city, but commuting to Seattle. We lost a big asset when Metro decided to change the route for the 255. And, while there was a big drop-off in ridership due to COVID and work from home, I think a lot of the reason why it has remained reduced is because of the lack of a direct route, and having to change not just to another bus, but actually to a different mode of transportation at the UW. And, we need to be fostering and encouraging Metro to make changes that help us to get back to what we're looking for in terms of reliable, frequent transit to the city of Seattle from Kirkland. And in doing so, I'm not against the K-line, but I think we need to be asking tough questions about how does it actually accomplish the goals? Does it serve the needs of the broader community, not just those who are riding or might potentially ride transit, but the other people who are on the roadway, the drivers, and what kinds of impacts are the proposed changes going to have on drivers and on pedestrians and on bicyclists, and what is our return on investment for that compared to the impacts that are being experienced by all of the other people. And it's not just Houghton. The proposals include bat lanes, queue jumps, and the transit signal priorities, which require huge investment on the city's part because it's a different software program. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Paul Quinn, who is virtual. All right. Mr. Quinn,
Yes,
go ahead.
okay, thank you. Good evening, Mayor Curtis and council members. My name is Paul Quinn. I live in Sammamish. I care about reducing what we send to the landfill, and I care about fairness and how Kirkland solid waste customers are charged for disposal. I provide you with 4 handouts. The first handout in table 3 shows Kirkland's updated diversion rate year-to-date through September 2024 is down 4%, or 4% worse than year-to-date September 2023. And just as important as the top graphic in the handout shows, Kirkland's rate has only gotten worse since 2021. To achieve the city's 2030 target of 70%, Kirkland needs a new, innovative approach to diversion. At this point, I'd like to speak in response to a September 19th email sent to both the council and me, I won't name the staff member, to rebut my public comments made on September 3rd. First, the email states the city has no budget for innovative approaches to improve diversion. This creates the question, given the large gap between where the city's diversion rate is now at 42% and the 2030 goal of 70%, how is the city planning to achieve its goal? What action steps are being taken? The email noted that a recent city employee event had used compostable plates. While yes, that's admirable, this is entirely insufficient. What citywide initiatives is the city implementing? The email notes that my calculation of multifamily locations without available containers for food scraps is inaccurate because the city doesn't have the data. And this response misses the point. The city can and should require all multifamily locations to make available for residents to put their food scraps. I refer you back to handout number 1, which shows a graphic of the trend of the monthly costs for garbage disposal for your single-family residences. It continues to go higher and higher. And what's worse than this trend is the city doesn't allow residents or businesses to reduce their costs for disposal by properly diverting materials for recycling and compost. In fact, you unfairly increase costs to folks who work hard to sort recyclables and food scraps by charging them the same as others who are indifferent. This is unfair and it's wrong, and it can and it should be changed by weighing the refuse each customer creates. What I recommend to you today is that the city conduct a proof of concept study on the feasibility of smart disposal. I provided you a proof of concept project plan that shows for about $50,000, the city can demonstrate that the contents of residential containers can be weighed with accuracy and efficiency with no extra work needed by the hauler's driver. Metering and reporting to residents what we dispose of at the curb provides fairness to help us abate the increasing cost of disposal. The council should support fair pricing for our disposal utility. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, next we have Maria Hudson. Welcome.
Hi. I unfortunately are here tonight because Kirkland Police Department had misconduct with regard to my daughter, who is a commercially sexually exploited child. She has been exploited out of Bellevue School District. You guys have documents 1 through 23. You guys should be a part of the King County Special Assault Unit protocols. And when I tried to report an abduction at Juanita Beach, your officers covered it up. They profiled me as a parent and my daughter. My daughter is severely disabled with autism level 1 and level 2. Your officers actually took advantage of her inability to communicate and identified known sex traffickers, Jared, 25, school, as her friend. So as a parent who has the right to protect my daughter, okay, they obstructed me by profiling me. My daughter, you'll see in the documents that at 8:33, my daughter texted me about my own personal safety, but you will also see my call log to 911. At that time, it was 8:33. I was not physically at the park. Your officers accused me of confronting Mexican gang members who had showed up after, and you'll also see in the documentation, they had lured her there. So they actually contacted her through Snapchat. They found our location. Your officers gaslighted me. There's documentation in here of the case number. Detective Alexander Slesser, Vice Detective of Bellevue Police Department, has the case before the prosecutor right now. In her first forensic child interview, you will see that in QTEL in these documents. He admitted several things: that these perpetrators are real, that it is racially and sexually motivated, that my daughter was taken advantage of out of Bellevue School District, and my daughter expressed fear for her safety and her mother's. So I'm asking for several things. Your officers had misconduct when we tried to report, so I did speak with your chief of police. I'm asking to have a proper report tonight. I'm also asking for retraining, and I'm also asking for risk management information. And at that time, I would need accommodations for my report to be recorded and a transcript given to me, and then I'll provide evidence. What I'm most disturbed about is that I should be able to protect my daughter, and your police failed to do that. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Ms. Hudson. I'd like to introduce you to Deputy City Manager Jim Lopez, who is our ombudsman, and you can start this conversation with him. City Clerk, who do we have next?
The next three speakers are Naima Hudson, Gary Greenberg, and Ken McKenzie. All are on site.
Naima, are you going to go ahead and speak?
I'm sorry, I don't really feel comfortable speaking, so I think I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next we have Gary Greenberg.
Good evening. I'm not opposed to the K-line, but much has changed since 2017. Where's our one bus service to downtown Seattle? Have you heard the cries? Metro won't guarantee that the 255 will be around, or what travel to Seattle might look like for that matter, or how the remainder of Kirkland will be served. In 2024, ridership on the 255 was just over 40% of what it was in 2019, which possibly explains why Kirkland has struggled to garner more favor from Metro. The latest census figures point to only 6% transit ridership in Kirkland. Seattle has twice that much, with buses continually running well below capacity. Rapid Ride is as good as it gets for Metro. They say it provides the highest level of investment in convenience, innovation, reliability, and service. Looking at annualized 2024 numbers, the 255 had an on-time performance of 86%, top tier for Metro. Metro's system-wide performance is 78%. The 6 Rapid Ride routes that were fully active in 2024 performed at 80%. Remember, the 255 was 86%. I suppose you could say that the 255 is speedy and reliable already without any improvements. Metro says their Rapid Ride goal is a time savings of 15 to 30%. The proposed northbound K-line would deliver afternoon peak savings of 23% between Issaquah and Totem Lake. If the proposed 108th BAT lanes were totally removed, the route would still perform at 21% savings. The big picture on 108th calls for signals at 53rd, 60th, and 68th, with no plan to mitigate traffic on 68th. Oh, and let's not forget the Houghton Village discussion. The BAT Lane project will potentially impact 17 residential properties on 108th at a cost of $10 million for 2 minutes of savings for 2 hours a day. Staff is awaiting consultant reports, but minimal impacts need to be prioritized. If absolutely necessary, one lane could operate on city-controlled Northwest University right away, the other from the fire station and extend beyond 68th. The City Transportation Department issued a document that pointed out properties at risk on 108th. The title of the document is Reducing Impacts. My request is that the council and staff follow these words. We believe it can be done without residential impacts. If you build it, will new riders appear? Depends on who you listen to, but at this point, neither Metro nor Kirkland has been able to provide any convincing arguments that back up $10 million for 2 minutes for 2 hours a day. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next we have Ken McKenzie.
Good evening. K-line is popular. So I looked at the staff memo on the K-line that's in the packet for tonight, and the first sentence says, Kirkland is a growing community in terms of jobs and population. And I thought, hey, that's pretty interesting. Let's go find some data. What is a proxy for, what is the best proxy I could find in city documents for job? And the answer is the business license revenue is the best I could come up with. And if you look in the 2025-26 preliminary budget documents that are posted on the webpage, and the approved ones that passed in December are not there yet, it says business license revenues are projected to be $816,000 in 2025, minus 1.1%, that 1% less than 2024 estimates, and $816,000 in 2026, flat relative to the 2025 budget. So we're not growing jobs in Kirkland, according to city documents. And further, it goes on to say, the 2025-26 budget license trends are based on trend analysis through the 2023 actuals. So this is a long-term trend that's going on. We're not growing jobs in Kirkland. Well, let's look at the population part of this. So I went to census.gov. In April of 2020, Kirkland was estimated to have a population of 92,164. Sounds about right to me. In July of 2023, it was 91,194, shrunk by 1.1%. So Kirkland's population is shrinking. And if you think, oh, that must be kind of weird. Well, what's going on in King County? Over the same time period, King County is up 0.1%. So we're not experiencing tons of growth around here. How can we afford to invest all this money in a transit system that doesn't really look like it's going to be serving a lot of people? So I think that, to go back to the staff memo, we should really focus our attention on facts. If we claim in the first sentence of a memo that Kirkland is a growing community in terms of both jobs and population, we ought to have some facts to back it up. Thank you.
Thank you. City Clerk.
The last three speakers tonight are Joe Kunzler, David Haynes, and Alex Zimmerman. The first two speakers are signed up online.
Mr. Kunzler.
Good to hear your voice, Mayor. I wish it was under different circumstances. I apologize for the background that was from earlier today, but we get that fixed. I hope you are well, because this is going to be difficult to talk about. But I want to start by saying very clearly, I do not have Down syndrome, contrary to the allegations of Alex Zimmerman 2 weeks ago. And I got to be real blunt with this group. I find it real offensive that someone would try to diagnose somebody else through public comment. And I wish this mayor, who just made a statement tonight calling for kindness in public comment, would have interrupted that person. And to be honest with you, I got to take my fantasy civility pill because I'm not upset at what's going on here. That's my tip to humor. I hope that with the news breaking tonight, that Redmond's forces have successfully thrown Alex Zimmerman out of City Council for 28 days, that another discussion or study session with Redmond leaders and strategists could occur to protect Kirkland as well. The people of Kirkland deserve better than what's going on by a certain Bellevue resident and the responses from around the region. I happen to know a few Kirkland residents. They're good people, and they deserve better than the hate speech we're seeing here from a certain Alex. In fact, the court, let me also add something else while we're discussing the rules here, just so these facts are in the record this evening. And I'm sorry, my camera's a little out of focus. Okay. I would also add, with a minute, 22 seconds left to go, that the courts have ruled that the silent Nazi salute is not disruptive, but they haven't ruled on the full one with the full CKL and the rest of it of Alex. I mean, it's something worth exploring. And making clear that kind of stuff has no place anywhere. Or that you can ban greetings and say you need to come here and discuss what the city of Kirkland's gathered to do. I don't think that's too much to ask. I also am about to send you all an email about the executive order Mr. Zimmerman's shopping around. It doesn't apply to you, but I encourage you to talk to a lawyer. With 40 seconds left to go, and I am watching the clock very carefully, I hope that this mayor will find her true self and will find that courage and integrity and self-respect to stand up to Zimmerman and the hate speech that's going on. I want to be very clear. I'm not going to respond well if there's any campaigning from the dice towards for or against anyone. And I would advise Public Disclosure Commission what's going on, so stay tuned to that. I want to conclude on that thought and just wish you all the best in your rulemaking process because I'm deeply concerned what direction we're heading as a society and a country and a region. Thank you for your public service.
Thank you. I'm going to respond to Mr. Kunzler for the audience. And and I do agree with him. It is unfortunate some of the things that we do here at the podium, but there is no basis to exclude Mr. Zimmerman from public comment. He is following our council policies and procedures, despite providing comments that are hurtful and divisive. No other cities are excluding Mr. Zimmerman based on the content of his speech. Some agencies have restricted public comments for all speakers to only items on the agenda or agency business. Kirkland has not changed its policies to be more restrictive because we, the Kirkland City Council, strongly believe that the council and our community benefits from being able to bring a range of comments and ideas to our council during items for the audience. The council has recently discussed our policies and affirmed that we do not want to restrict the entire community's input based on challenging, divisive, and unpleasant comments from a small few. So that's where we are. And I think we're going to move next to Mr. Haynes, who's also virtual.
He is not currently in the Zoom lobby.
Oh, he left us? All right. Mr. Zimmerman.
Can I turn? It's much easier for me. Thank you very much. Yeah. It's common sense. I'm sorry. Yeah. The Heil, my dirty damn Nazi Gestapo fascist, you know what it means, cockroaches and bandita. My name is Alex Zimmerman. I'm president of Stand Up America. I Trump support for all 10 elections for last 10 years, and I am MAGA member. I want to speak right now about something what is very unique, what has never happened before in human history. Yesterday, my president, Donald Trump, made a free speech executive order. By definition, this is absolutely idiotic situation. We have a constitution for 250 years, a freedom of speech for 250 years. Why need a special order? You know what it means from president. Yeah? Why? Because for last 30 years, under Democrat, Nazi, Gestapo, fascist rules, you know what it means. Freedom of speech go out. Totally. I have this. I have 100 trespasses. Right now, Kirkland give me today trespass because I talk about mayor, who member of Sound Transit Board, and Sound Transit Board give me trespass, who cannot speak. I can come, I can talk, I can complain, I cannot talk, I can complain, but I cannot speak. My brain not accept this. So it's nothing surprised me. So Trump did something what is very unique. By definition, he doing something what is absolutely not doing this right now. Because when we don't have a freedom of speech, we don't have America. This exactly happened for 30 years in my eyes. I live almost 40 years, not a point. So guys, I want to explain right now to everybody who listen to me. Different opinion is very critical. In every civilized business, I am a businessman, 100 people work for me, and I have my rules, what is very simple. Not only me, Japanese people have too, for example. Every employee who come and give something idea, is this idea can bring me profit or better for people, you know what it means? I'm always accept this. For this Musk talk, Elon Musk talking about this. Common sense supposed to be dominate. This is exactly what has happened. This what is revolution about. Bring America back to common sense. What is we lose for last 30 years under democratic mafia bandita. It's a mafia, a real bandita. It's exactly what's happened. So right now, viva Trump, viva new American revolution. Viva common sense and clean us dirty government, what as we have for 30 years, to the bones. Stand up, America. When we're not doing this, I'm old man, but two generation will be in deep, deep hole. Stand up, America. Thank you very much.
As I said earlier, the City Council does not condone Mr. Zimmerman's comments. We are committed to making Kirkland a safe, inclusive, and welcoming place. At the same time, items from the audience does provide an opportunity for community members to express their views to council, regardless of content. All right.
Madam Mayor, we had 2 more signups, and David Haynes rejoined, so he's 1 signup, and there is an additional signup by Jill Stoddard, also online.
All right, let's move to Mr. Haynes. Mr. Haynes? All right. Mr. Haynes, go ahead. Is he there?
Hello, can you hear me?
We can now. Go ahead.
Hi, thank you very much for your patience. It's unfair if city council is going to cut off people after 6 speakers when, say, you're late in traffic and you're the 7th and you're the opposition of a subject matter. I think y'all need to have either the public comments start a little earlier if you're trying to get out of there early, or like just reconsider embracing the public comment so that more people can be heard. But I didn't really call for that. The public transportation in Kirkland totally sucks. I live in Juanita Beach, and if you don't work from home, you're in a lot of trouble because the 230 comes by once an hour, the 231 comes by once an hour, and they split the time like half hour each. And then the 255, every time you get on the 255, it smells like toxic soot from the motor. I don't know if it's coming from the back of the bus or from traveling fast on the highway because it comes from the university, but it's the only bus in Metro that has absolutely no windows that you can open up. If you put some kids on the bus, they cannot open up the window for some fresh air to kick that toxicity out. And I noticed the Rapid Ride K goes to the east side of the 405, but it doesn't cut through Juanita Beach. And I mean, I think somebody needs to like either work with the Redmond mayor to convince Metro that they need to make a concerted effort to work on the transfers at Kirkland Transit. Because when I leave Juanita and I get to Kirkland Transit, the bus that I need always pulls away within 60 seconds, and they don't have the decency to wait. And the supervisor's usually sitting in his truck on his smartphone, scaring the bus drivers into being on time to the point where when you're driving from Juanita to Kirkland, the bus driver will just simply stop and try to manipulate the time to make it seem like he's on time. But instead of getting to the transit center and then sitting there and waiting for people to transfer, they just show up late and then the other bus takes off. And then you're wasting another 15, 20 minutes. And like late at night, not even late, like 7:30, 8 o'clock, 9, there's like a bus every half an hour if you try to go up to Totem Lake. And, you know, it just discouraged people to live here. And I know that the rich people don't want buses and all that, but, you know, you still have to improve like the traffic flow with more advanced traffic lights. And it would be great if you had buses that had like a triggering of the green light. And, you know, you could just keep like expediting that. But anyway, thank you for letting the public comment. Good night.
Thank you. All right, I believe our last speaker is Jill Stoddard.
Hi there.
Hi.
I'm not feeling, so I will not be on video. So good evening, Happy New Year. I'm here to talk about how we engage our residents, and I certainly welcome the acknowledgement by some of our city council members that community engagement in Kirkland has been severely lacking. You know, over the last 6 months that I've become engaged, I've heard various city council members and city employees sound surprised that local residents didn't agree with the extreme policies proposed in the draft housing and comprehensive plan last year. So I think this is evidence that you need to get this right and try new initiatives to better listen to residents and voters. And before you take away our right to be heard in public comment period at city councils, I would argue that we need to have some data to demonstrate that your other initiatives that are so far just proposed and not in practice are actually working. So please don't take away our time to speak or limit speakers to just those who have been able to run in and sign up all of their friends until you can demonstrate that you're hearing us, that you're hearing residents and you're hearing voters. For example, I wonder if you're surprised, some of you, that many of us, not just those of us who live in Houghton, but those of us who have to drive along the proposed roads in Houghton where the K line would run, are not in favor of ripping up that street to save potentially 2 minutes of K line traffic speed. We're also not in favor of going for the K line and at the same time potentially disrupting the 255 route. I don't trust that I understand there has to be a work plan here, but you can't take away 255 routes that we use before we have in favor of the K line, before we have actual committed plans for what's going to happen with the 255. It's a critical transportation line in the city. It has degraded in service, both due to not going downtown anymore. I used to take that bus always. And also just degraded in dependability of that service. So here again is, I hear us marching away, assuming that K line is a great idea. Please listen to the people who pay taxes.
Ms. Stoddard.
Whether that's through rent or through property taxes.
Ms. Stoddard, your time's up. Thank you. All right. Anyone else? Okay. We are going to conclude items for the audience, and we are going to move on to special presentations. So we are going to have a special presentation on the state of the Kirkland Performance Center. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So you said it quite well, but here to give that presentation is the Kirkland Performance Center Executive Director, Jeff Larkhart. We had some information about Jeff's impressive background in the council memo. He's also joined by, it looks like, all of the board members of the KPC, so we're very honored to have them all here tonight, and we're glad that they could join us. Welcome, Mr. Lockhart.
Welcome, Jeff.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Curtis and members of the City Council and everyone gathered here. I'd like to acknowledge also the presence of my esteemed colleagues from the Kirkland Performance Center Board of Directors, and thank you for this opportunity to address the Council and share a few reflections on the legacy and future of Kirkland Performance Center. I also want to take this opportunity on behalf of the entire KPC organization to express our deepest gratitude for the ongoing support and collaboration KPC has with the City of Kirkland, and we are truly grateful for our very long-term partnership with the City of Kirkland. For 27 years, Kirkland Performance Center has been a cornerstone of cultural enrichment in our community, and every day this space is filled with magic, whether it's ballet recitals or jazz performances, stand-up comedy, rock concerts, Bollywood showcases, indie film premieres, or school graduations. Since opening in 1998, KPC has welcomed nearly 1.9 million people through its doors, creating a theater where world-class talent, Grammy and Tony winners, and local artists and students share the same stage. I'm going to give you an update on KPC's role and what it's up to and our successes today, but first I want to take a moment to look back at its origins. KPC began as a grassroots effort in an extraordinary partnership between Kirkland citizens and the City of Kirkland that spanned 15 years before the theater's doors officially opened. Matter of fact, Bill Woods, you can see him on the back row, fourth from left, the founder of KPC and a former mayor of Kirkland, was instrumental in this vision. And he, along with Chuck Morgan, the founding board, the city leaders, and countless supporters laid the foundation for this community treasure. Also want to point out Councilmember Penny Sweet and former Mayor Joan McBride and KPC board member Teddy Overlease, who are all here tonight, are founders and were instrumental to the beginning of KPC and in this room tonight. We thank you for your work and vision all those years ago. And also seated with me here are today's board members, community leaders who are still supporting KPC 27 years later. The founders' collective vision became a reality in 1998, and we now stand on their shoulders, privileged to steward this generational investment. That's KPC standing from the stage and looking out toward Kirkland Avenue when it was being constructed. This is KPC from Kirkland Avenue looking down at the stage, and you can see Peter Kirk Park in the background. These photos are powerful reminders of the dedication and perseverance that brought KPC to life. Today, KPC is a symbol of collaboration and innovation, and is a vibrant resource for our community. The mantle to steward KPC has all fallen to us now, and it's truly an honor to steward and carry this vision forward. Kirkland has evolved big time since 1998, and KPC has also evolved big time since 1998. KPC has grown from a community theater to now being a multifaceted cultural hub. People attend KPC presentations from Kirkland, from the East Side, from the greater Puget Sound region, from around Washington State, from other states, and even from other countries. There's 285 performances a year that take place at KPC right now. 50 of those are presented shows, and 235 are rental shows. There's 60,000 visitors a year that attend KPC. 20% of the programming at KPC is free and discounted to the public. KPC also participates in Teen Tix, which is a discounted ticket program that allows teens to attend shows for $5 a ticket if those seats are available. We have programming for all ages. There's 10,000 children that attend at KPC per year, and there's specific programming for seniors and families and et cetera. KPC has also become a vital platform for established and emerging artists alike, and has partnerships with schools, nonprofits, and other local organizations that make KPC more than a venue. It's truly a gathering space where people come together and communities connect through culture. Just as KPC has grown and evolved, so has its role within the community. In the beginning, KPC was largely known for its presented season shows, but those performances now represent only a fraction of what we do. We are no longer just a stage that produces an annual presented season. We are truly a community connector and a creative space for all. This is represented in our 4 lines of business. KPC has evolved to be a place where there's rentals, a presented season, we rely on contributed income, and we have an education outreach. Our 4 lines of business reveal our areas of outreach in the community and where our revenue comes from to operate the theater. 75% comes from rentals. Those are artists and organizations that rent KPC. 10% comes from the presented season. That's the shows that KPC presents. 10% comes from our contributed income. That's our donors giving. And 5% comes from education. That's our arts education and community outreach initiatives. KPC's main source of revenue is our rental business. It's interesting to note that one of the biggest financial challenges to KPC is the rising cost of labor to attract and retain the staff essential to running a viable theater. You may not know there's 9 people that work full-time at KPC, and we have about 20 others that are part-timers and union workers. So who is renting KPC? Community groups, schools, independent artists, and professional organizations. More than 235 performances, keep in mind I said there's about 250 rental performances, but 235 are our local groups in our community. There's a great variety of different artistic and cultural expressions in these groups: dance, film, comedy, orchestra, theater, meetings, spoken word, sometimes there's funerals, rock, jazz, graduations. It truly is a meeting place of the community. A few of the local groups that we work with are Indus Creations, Sacred Heart, Grand Kiev Ballet, the Bulgarian Cultural Center, TEDx Bellevue Women, Temple of Music, Care and Share, Cry, Chestnut Hill Academy, and many, many, many more. Matter of fact, the demand is so strong in KPC, I don't think we have a weekend available to rent or to book until going into 2026 at this point. That's the demand on KPC right now. KPC is also proud of its annual Presented season. So who is attending KPC's Presented season? This is interesting to note, 74% of attendees are Kirkland citizens, and 26% of attendees come from somewhere outside of Kirkland. The performers of KPC on our Presented season are local, national, and international artists, including Grammy and Tony winners. Recently, in the last year or so, we've had notable artists such as Matt Kearney, Charlie Musselwhite, Lisa Loeb, Jake Shimabukuro, Kevin Nealon, and Andy Summers of the Police perform on our stage. Coming up, Jacob Dylan and the Wallflowers will be here soon. The cast of Napoleon Dynamite is hosting a showing of Napoleon Dynamite. There's lots of smiles. That is going to be fun. Don't miss that. That's going to be hilarious. Yes, Napoleon and Pedro and Uncle Rico will all be here that night. And the artist Joan Osborne are joining us. The Presented season shows are the largest financial risk also to our budget. They're the most visible and recognizable presentations we do, but these shows are all guaranteed contracts that KPC takes the risk on versus rentals where there is no risk, which is why our business model is set up like this. KPC is a 501c3 nonprofit, and regarding our donors, it's interesting to note that 54% of our donors are Kirkland residents, and 46% of our donors live outside of Kirkland. This also underscores KPC's reach as a regional destination for the arts. The contributing income that KPC relies on funds our annual operations, our capital costs, and our educational programming. We're also proud to have deepened our community impact in the last couple of years through the launch of KPC Studios, which is our new education center located on 7th Avenue that's solely dedicated to arts education. This offers a variety of programs for youth and adults, including community choir, songwriting, instrument lessons, voice lessons, recording classes, rock band class for youth and adults, open mic night, and much, much more. In the past year alone, over 500 community members have participated in our classes that connect communities through culture and experiences in music and creative arts. KPC, as you know, is also currently involved in a $4.5 million capital campaign called Elevate KPC. Currently, we have raised $3.8 million toward our goal, and we're getting close, but we still have a lot of hard work to do. This is from contributions from generous foundations, corporations, and individual donors. Again, on behalf of KPC, please accept our profoundest gratitude for funding the allocated resources that the city has toward this project, as well as teaming with us in our efforts to secure funding, which we did through the state of Washington. We are profoundly grateful for our partnership and for your work towards securing that. The plan upgrades include new auditorium seats, new rigging system, a new electrical grid, a new stage deck, brand new seating, lobby and interior auditorium enhancements, and new projection and sound capabilities. These upgrades will solidify KPC's position as the premier intimate theater venue in our region. Upon completion, this will also increase KPC's ability to engage with the community and to partner more effectively with artists, schools, and organizations. I'm going to show a video in just a minute that highlights the current KPC capital campaign and our work in the community. I just want to remind us that this capital campaign is the largest renovation that KPC has undergone since 1998. So again, thank you. We could not do this without you, our partners in the city of Kirkland. And this is because KPC is not just about a building. It's about belonging, about connection, about inspiration, and creating empathy. And that's what the arts is all about. And that's because the true story of KPC and the new upgrades truly isn't really about this new stage and new seats. It's what happens in those seats because of what happens on that stage every single day. And we are grateful when the city of Kirkland helps KPC stay vital. That partnership is what makes Kirkland great. And again, we appreciate that. So I'm going to show a video, and then I'll be back to answer some questions.
During warmer months, the Parks Department entertains audiences with a concert series at Marina Park. But the rest of the year, there is no indoor facility for community or professional groups to perform, forcing people who enjoy live theater to go elsewhere. Fortunately, there is growing community support to build such a theater in Kirkland. In response to this display of interest, a citizens group called the Kirkland Center for the Performing Arts has taken the initial steps, along with architect Bob Becker, developing a plan for remodeling the old Kirkland Library into a 300-seat theater.
Since our humble beginnings over 25 years ago, Kirkland Performance Center has become the cultural, artistic hub for performing arts on the East Side. In those 25 years, it has been an enormous privilege to host hundreds of concerts, plays, comedy shows, graduations, cultural celebrations, and so much more. Our history, especially the past few years, has taught us that experiencing and sharing art is not just something nice to do on the weekends, or when we're bored, or when we want to feel fancy and dress up. Rather, the experience of art, especially in hard times, is vital and essential to the well-being of our community. It is what makes us human, what binds us to each other, and what helps us realize we are not alone. In 2023, we expanded our investment into the community through the opening of KPC Studios, our brand new production facility specializing in music and arts education and community programs. We are so hopeful about the potential of these new opportunities to fill the gaps in public education and connect students young and old to their creative potential. As we look forward to the next 25 years, KPC is poised to elevate our impact further. The Elevate KPC campaign aims to raise $4.5 million to modernize our beloved theater. With $3.5 million already secured through generous donations from the state of Washington, the city of Kirkland, corporate sponsorships, and individual donors, we need your help to raise the final $1 million. The funds will be used to replace and upgrade the stage, rigging, seats, and electrical grid, as well as dramatically enhance the patron experience and amenities in the lobby and house. When completed, this will secure KPC as the crown jewel of intimate theaters in our region. We invite you to be a part of this exciting transformation. This building has been our community's home for creativity for over a quarter of a century, and it's time now to invest in our future. Together, we can elevate KPC to new heights, enriching our community through the power of the performing arts. Help us celebrate. Help us educate. Help us elevate KPC.
During warmer...
Oh, there you go. Okay, thank you. Well, thanks for letting us present this tonight. Does anybody have any questions I can answer about anything I presented this evening?
Well, first, Jeff, I want to thank you for your passion, your enthusiasm, and your leadership. I've seen this video like 5 times. I love it every time I see it.
And you're still not, you're still
It's
paying
just like,
attention.
it's
Thank
so
you.
well
Thank you.
done.
It's a
And
labor of love.
I also want to thank your board, not only for being here, but giving your time and your energy and your very limited free time to this great community asset. So thank you. And many of those shows, I was like, oh, I think I was there. I think I was there. So
Some good ones.
you are an important part of our community.
Thank you, Mayor.
And you really do bring arts and culture to our community and help bring us all together and remind us of our common humanity. And there's nothing better than being at a concert and realizing that you're sharing that experience with everybody else in the room. So,
Thanks, Mayor Curtis.
thank you. Anybody have questions? Councilmember Falcone.
Well, I just have more comments. I can't not say something. Well, Jeff, I think you made me tear up for the second time tonight with that video. I have seen it before, and something about just the power of bringing people together with the Kirkland Performance Center just gets me every time. So thank you for that. KPC really is a true gem and gathering space, and we know that now more than ever, due to COVID, due to political divides, due to other community divides, that bringing people together is so incredibly important, and the Kirkland Performance Center just plays such an amazing role. I mean, I've lived here with my family for a little over a decade, and some of our first experiences in the city of Kirkland were at the Kirkland Performance Center. I remember having like my two little toddlers, going to Storybook Theater and like thinking how cool that was. Wow, we have this theater like in our hometown. This is amazing. We're going to go here all the time. And we have so many times throughout the years. I can't count the number of field trips I've gone on with each of my 3 children at Kirkland Performance Center for various shows, other children's theater, Studio East plays, community theater. My daughter was in the Music Man cast, a few years back. Comedy shows. I was there with, Gene Garofalo was there and helped volunteer at a charity event for Be the Match with Maximini and that comedian, and was there for.
Thank you for that. That's amazing.
So many shows over the years. I mean, the city events such as our volunteer appreciation event. Several ballet shows. I took my daughter. We go every year to see the Nutcracker, and this year we saw it at the Kirkland Performance Center, so I was thrilled to be able to see that in our hometown. Introduced all my kids to opera when Seattle Opera, in years past have come to the Kirkland Performance Center. I think that's a few years back since I've seen that, but that was amazing being able to introduce my kids to that. My whole family over this last winter break went to go see The Bubble Man, which was like really fun for the whole family to see. So for even like the non-theater lovers in my family, there's still something for them. I mean, my daughter and I love theater and we'll go to any and every show possible if there's live performances. And there's something for everybody at the Kirkland Performance Center, and it really does bring together a diverse group of community members all in the same space. So thank you for that. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, KPC Board, each and every one of you for the work that you do. It is so crucial to our community, and the entire community really just appreciates you and the work that you do. I also, you mentioned it, and was mentioned in the video, the KPC Studios. As you know, I had the chance to tour that. I think it was last year.
Yeah, about a year ago.
Yeah, and I was so impressed not only with the beautiful, space there, the functionality, but just the story of how that came about and the story of how that was built, which I won't, go into now. That's not my story to share, but it was just really a true testament to how much community loves KPC and the work that KPC does and how people come together with their various talents and skills and things that they can give, whether you can be a board member and give, or whether you can, donate or, your time or talent or money or whatever that may be, or just attend a show. It really is something that I feel like so many people in our community feel some sense of ownership of and investment in one way or another, and I just, that's so incredibly invaluable. So I just want to say thank you again for the role that you've played personally in my life and my family's life, but just in bringing our community together. It's just a beautiful testament to what we all love about the Kirkland community and the best in all of us, so thank you for bringing out the best in us.
Thank you, Councilmember Falcone.
We're not done. Councilmember Sweet.
Just briefly, Jeff, and all of you from the KPC, from the bottom of my heart, I've seen the video 3 times now. But it is absolutely fantastic. It's a fantastic story. My favorite part, obviously, is the very, very beginning. I remember Chuck and Bill and Bob climbing up the stairs at the old Kirkland Hospital above the Grape Choice, having all kinds of meetings.
Amazing.
That's trying to make it all happen. So it's exciting. What you guys have been able to maintain is really exciting. So just a reminder to everybody who is out there, there are still chairs to be purchased. Larry and I are going to sign up as soon as we finish paying for our new furnace.
Thank you.
We'll be in line.
Yes. ElevateKPC.org, take your seat.
There you go.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Sweet. Thank you very much.
I think that's it. Thank you so
Okay,
much for
thanks,
coming
everybody.
tonight.
Thanks much.
Everybody. Appreciate it. Oh, go ahead. Sorry, I missed you, John.
I'm on the end, that's all right. I just wanted to thank you, amazing presentation. You know, I just want to thank you because as somebody with young kids, the only thing they want to do is consume material on their iPad, Netflix, and other online stuff. And having a place to go with young kids there to experience real theater is amazing. And I'm a supporter. Let me know how. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
All right.
All right.
Thanks so much. You guys are welcome to stay through consent and business if you'd like.
We've only got several hours left
Yeah.
to go.
All right, we are now going to move on to our consent calendar before we have a motion. I'd like to ask Deputy Mayor Arnold to present the audit of accounts and to highlight the proclamation we have on consent.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We had payroll in the amount of $6,567,089.53 and bills in the amount of $5,110,276.74. And tonight, the mayor, on behalf of City Council, proclaims January 29th, 2025 as Lunar New Year in Kirkland. Lunar New Year is traditionally a time for family gatherings and embracing the hope of prosperity and good fortune in the year ahead. Please join us at the city's annual Lunar New Year celebration on February 1st from 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. at the Peter Kirk Community Center.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilmember Sweet, second by Councilmember Tim Chisholm. Is there any question? The question is on the motion to approve the consent calendar. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. All right, we are now moving on to our legislative update. Business item 9A, City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. As you all know, session started about 10 days ago. Here to give you a first update from the legislative session is our Government Affairs Manager, Diana Hart.
Good evening.
Welcome.
Good evening, Council. So today is day 9 of the 105-day long session. So far, the House has been busy and the Senate's been busy. They've introduced 547 bills in the House and 443 bills in the Senate. City departments have already completed 175 bill reviews, some of which have had multiple subject matter experts on reviewing those different bills on the 170 active bills on our tracker. So we've been hard at work already. The legislature is in committee mode currently with occasional floor action, which they'll continue through the next month before policy cutoff at the end of February. This means we have opportunities to participate in public hearings and engage with legislators as they refine their legislation for dropping for consideration. The outgoing governor released his proposed budgets at the end of last year. The legislature has introduced those budgets and has begun discussing them in committee. Our new governor, Ferguson, is not in complete agreement with former Governor Inslee's budget proposals and is stressing fiscal restraint to both legislators and state departments in light of the financial outlooks for the state. The legislature will release their own budget proposals later in session, but will likely build off of Governor Inslee's original proposals with thoughts and feedback from Governor Ferguson. Revenue projections are showing growing diversions between revenues and expenditures, and even though revenues continue to increase, they are increasing less than expected and are not keeping up with the programs that were grown or started during the pandemic. Many new revenue tools are on the table, but Governor Ferguson has shared that he will not support new tools without them being combined with a hard look at expenditures across the state. So with that overall framework in mind, that takes us to reviewing the city's, or how the city's priorities are faring so far this session. To keep my presentation brief, I'll focus on priorities with key updates, but please know that we are working to advance all of the city's priorities. So, starting with real estate, excise tax, and housing overall. While far fewer pieces of legislation have been introduced than we've seen in past sessions, there's still been several pieces introduced around housing. We are still awaiting a REIT-specific piece of legislation, but are sharing our proposed language with members that are introducing REIT legislation to achieve the graduated REIT model with a high value threshold. If our proposal is not incorporated into planned legislation, we will seek a sponsor for our legislation either through separate legislation introduced or through amendments as session progresses. Next, we're going to jump down to the noise enforcement pilot on our legislative agenda. While the underlying pilot has a report due to the Washington Traffic Safety Commission this summer, the legislative work group is holding on introducing legislation directly related to implementation. The work group raised the opportunity with each member of our delegation during our council coffees last year as an opportunity for next session and sought input from members to advance legislation in the future. A bill has been introduced today to implement the pilot at the request of the company, but we've not had a chance to evaluate the bill yet. On NPDES, many of the grant programs that will be impacted by the NPDES permit impacts won't be discussed by the legislature until budgets are released later this session. However, the NPDES permit implementation delays or modifications were shared with Governor Ferguson as a potential tool for reducing future transportation costs. Some other jurisdictions are exploring policies to roll back ecology's policy or permit requirements, and will evaluate such proposals if and when they're introduced. Popping down to EPR, also previously known as RAP or REWRAP. Over the last biennium, it's now been introduced as the Recycling Reform Act this year. House Bill 1150 had a public hearing this afternoon. Kirkland signed in support and continues to be involved in conversations at the staff and lobbyist levels to support development of legislation to meet Kirkland's interests. The last priority item, Senator Dinger and our new Rep Salahuddin will be sponsoring this Kirkland PD request legislation to remove the conflict between state and federal law around searches of transgender and intersex individuals. City staff are working closely with Senate committee and caucus staff to develop this legislation that meets the city's interests, and we expect legislation to be finalized and introduced later this week. And quickly on our budget requests, we have confirmed sponsors in the 48th and 45th for our budget requests, and staff will begin completing the applications for those requests in the coming weeks. They're usually due either at the end of the month or early February. The legislative work group has signed in on the following bills related to the Sustainability Strategic Plan, behavioral health goals, housing policy tools, and extended producer responsibility. So far, the legislative work group has not testified in any public hearings. If any of you are interested in testifying in either your individual capacity or on behalf of council, please keep me closely looped so we can be aware and support you as needed. And that concludes reviewing our priorities as they're included in Resolution 5659. Quickly flagging before we turn over to our discussion is that city action days are scheduled for the middle of February. We've begun scheduling and we'll have more details as we get closer to the event. That takes us to our discussion. The first item we wanted to, the legislative work group wanted to raise for council discussion is Senate Bill 5067, which is a Washington Traffic Safety Commission request proposal that has circulated for a few years now to reduce the threshold from DUIs from 0.08 to 0.05. This proposal may advance the city's transportation safety goals, but the legislative work group felt that it was a topic worth raising for council discussion prior to any action by the legislative work group. Second, there are two school district construction related pieces of legislation, Senate Bill 5095 and Joint Resolution 8200, I guess is what we're going to call that one. These proposals are in alignment with Resolution 5615 that the city adopted in 2023 to support the Lake Washington School District's 2024 legislative priorities for school construction funding, including incentivizing funding for sustainable design and construction of school buildings, advancing a constitutional amendment that authorizes simple majority for school bond passage, and changing non-voted debt rules to be consistent with other capital funding rules. That resolution focused on the school district's 2024 legislative agenda, so the legislative work group wanted to confirm council's interest in supporting these policies before taking any action this year. Third on the list is Senate Bill 5098, which is a proposal to expand the locations in which individuals may not bring weapons to include parks where children play, state or local public buildings, and county fair facilities. With the impact to city parks and public buildings, the legislative work group wanted to raise this legislation for council's discussion. subject matter experts have raised some areas for improvement in the legislation around different public buildings being treated differently, designating an entire park versus just areas where children play as weapon-free, and identifying the definition of weapon as it relates to the statute. The legislative work group is seeking direction from council as to whether or not this legislation is of interest, if they can share these improvements with legislators, and to what degree, if any, they should participate in advocacy for the underlying proposal. Finally, Senate Bill 5222 and House Bill 1217, which very closely reflect House Bill 2114 from last session that, among a variety of rental stabilization tools, most notably caps rent increases at 7% a year. One of the large deviations from last year is that there is an exemption on properties less than 10 years old in an attempt to resolve the concern that the proposal will reduce housing construction. As council requested that the legislative work group return for discussion when this proposal was introduced, we are here tonight for the first look at this bill. The Human Services team has not completed the review of this bill yet, so the legislative work group is recommending a position of monitor at this time if council is interested in establishing a position. So the legislative work group is but is interested to hear if there's any feedback from council with the proposals now on the table. One sort of additional piece of information from what I've shared with you over the weekend is that House Bill 1217 was execed out of committee last week with only one minor technical correction taken and every more substantive amendment failing to be adopted. So that to me makes it sound like the House thinks that they've got a baked version, and that's a version they're going to try and continue moving forward. And so what we're seeing in the House is likely a version that we would see kind of more consistently through the process. So with that, those are sort of my outline of the discussion. Happy to answer any questions, but turn things back to you.
Thank you, Diana. What I suggest, council, is we just go through these individually. Councilmember Black, do you want to add anything as chair of the legislative work group?
Well, I think I'll probably have
Comments specifically?
comments and maybe be able to answer some questions, but I think the government affairs manager did a nice job of setting us up for the conversation.
All right, so council, the question on the table is whether we want, as a council, to support SB 5067, which is lowering
DUI threshold from 0.08 to 0.05.
Right, and the subject matter expert recommendation is to support.
Yes.
So any questions, comments, concerns, support? Councilmember Tim Chizen?
I'm not sure who the subject matter expert is, but the DUI legislation that's proposed lowers the limit on DUIs from 0.08 to 0.05. What I would have liked to have seen from this bill is a two-tiered approach that had a simple misdemeanor from 0.05 to 0.08 and the gross misdemeanor of DUI from 0.08 and above. This legislation lumps them all together and charges everyone with DUI. So the person that has 2 glasses of wine gets charged with a DUI, and the person that has half a bottle of Fireball with 2 Red Bull vodkas also gets charged with DUI. And I think that this proposal was something that was discussed, but it didn't make it into the bill. And I'm disappointed that this bill doesn't take a more nuanced approach to that. Thank you.
So your position is do not support the bill as written?
Are there opportunities in the future to amend it? Or is it, I mean, I'll be giving my input on it. I understand the intent of the legislation, but it might be too nuanced of an approach for a city council to take in this legislation. But I don't support it as written, and I would like to see it take a two-tiered approach, which I think would be better.
Okay. Councilmember Sweet?
With regard to this one, I guess the question for me is impaired is impaired. So I don't agree. I think it's an interesting concept to go with a two-tiered approach, but all of the testimony that I have seen so far has been fairly convincing with regard to proceeding with this. I would support it. It's one of those things where I feel like if we're divided, we shouldn't take a stance.
Thank you. Councilmember Falcone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is an interesting discussion. Thank you for the comments that have been raised so far. Do we have information on like why 0.05, like why is that the cutoff? How does that define impairment? And what other states have done. Are there other states that have it at 0.05, that there's precedent elsewhere?
We could come back with that information if that.
It is available in the testimony.
Okay.
Okay. So I would recommend then, since there's more information, can we monitor for now?
Anybody else? Councilmember Pascal?
Yeah, I was just going to say that in my role on the Active Transportation Safety Council for Washington State, we're housed under the Washington Traffic Safety Commission, and this is where this proposal initiated from some of the work that they've done. So we had a conversation last week at our meeting about this, whether to support it or not as a council and as individuals, not as not representing, for me, not representing Kirkland, but for me as an individual. And there was some conversation around that. We didn't take a position at that time, even though, our sole responsibility and purpose is to improve safety for active users across the state. There was just some discussion about getting some additional information before making a recommendation. So I think I think it's good to have a little bit more information before and feeling confident in the decision. But yeah, from what I've seen, similar to Councilmember Sweet, what I've seen is pretty convincing. Thanks.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor, do I see you?
Yes, thank you. Would note under the subject matter experts that KPD does support the bill as written. So with that, I would support the work group's recommendation to support. I would assume that this is just something the city is signing in on and not looking at any particular action. Councilmember Tim Chizen, your tiered approach is interesting, and I think there's nothing that prevents an individual city council member from testifying and offering your expertise on that as the bill moves forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Black?
You're just calling on me even though I didn't raise my hand?
Yep. Well, because
I'll
we're
just
all over the place right now.
Yeah, well, I appreciate the conversation. I think that this is one of those pieces of legislation. It certainly affects some of our goals as a city, especially with respect to pedestrian safety, bicycle safety, and overall traffic safety. But the reason the legislative work group brought it to the group is because we did want to have this conversation. I do think that, there's always a risk when we have one of these conversations that we sort of fail over into actually acting like legislators, and we're not, right? So we're not state legislators, we're city council members. And, so getting into, actual amendments, obviously, as Deputy Mayor Arnold said, any of us are welcome to work with the legislators and act as a key stakeholder and try to influence the legislation. I don't think we've always been perfectly disciplined in this regard, but I would like us to, as a legislative work group chair and as a member of the council, I'd like us, if we as a city of Kirkland has a unique competency, and it's through that unique competency that we have as a municipality, as a city, to offer modifications, I think that's somewhere we absolutely should lean in because we are, we are a unique, competent voice. This is one where I think we all have ideas. I'm not sure they come necessarily from our unique competency as a municipality. And so I'd sort of caution us from, trying to modify this particular piece of legislation, at least as a body, certainly not as an individual council member. So I think ultimately where I would like us to sit, probably where I would lean towards try to clarify the fog is to just monitor this bill until we see sort of what direction it goes. And certainly invite all of us to seek to influence the legislation if we have ideas. Thanks.
All right, so what I'm getting here is a majority of monitor, and as to respect to what Councilmember Sweet said, if we're not unanimous, not to take a position. So my recommendation is that we continue to monitor it and echo what you've already heard, that as an individual council member, you're welcome to sign in, support, or testify on behalf of this bill. So we are going to maintain monitor. Let's do the two school district ones. Go ahead. Oh, wait, that's me. You already did it. All right, Councilmember Falcone, I'm going to go to you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Wow, you can read my mind. I did not even raise my hand yet.
It's my job.
Well, thank you for bringing these forward to us. Our partnership with Lake Washington School District is really crucial as we continue to grow, and thinking about the vast, community input that we continue to receive and that we received over the past years over the comprehensive plan when we're talking about increased housing in our city. That goes hand in hand with other infrastructure and other services, some of which the city provides, some of which other organizations provide, such as like Washington School District. So they're a very valued partner in our community, and so it does serve our community well for us to help support the work that they do. And both of these are important priorities for Lake Washington School District. I think you did a great job describing what they are. And we do, part of our ongoing relationship with the school district is helping to support their priorities in Olympia as well, because again, that helps us do our work well and it helps serve our community well. So I would like to see us support these. Would also like to see us have a discussion at some point on, these are very important to Lake Washington School District. They also have, looking on their website and in conversation with school board members and school district staff on their legislative priorities, they do have other urgent priorities around fully funding special education, updating the transportation funding formula, and adjusting the material supplies and operations funding to keep pace with cost escalation that's outside of the district's control. So I'd like to see us look at those, and maybe they were and I missed that, so please correct me if I'm wrong. I'm trying to think of the name of work group members, working group.
Legislative work
group members. I almost called you committee members.
Only 9.
But I think that those are also the ones that are most urgent. They're big 3, as not only Lake Washington School District, but school districts across the state are talking about them as their big 3. Those are the most urgent ones. So these are very important and will be very practical in helping get things done in our community. And there are also other ones that are bubble to the surface even more for Lake Washington School District and other school districts. So I'd like to see us have a conversation about those in the future. Thank you.
Right. Thank you for flagging that, and we
Absolutely.
will take a look at them. So, Councilmember Tim Chisholm?
I did talk to Senator Dinger this morning about these bills. She explained them in great detail to me, and I fully support them. And I think there's definitely a nexus between us as a municipality and the Lake Washington School District in these pieces of legislation. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, by lack of conversation, what I'm feeling is we are in favor of supporting these bills. All right, thank you. 5098, weapons in certain areas, and this is about preventing weapons in parks, places where children play. Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. On this one, I will sort of set the stage a little bit. There are a large number of firearms bills in the legislature this session. The legislative work group is bringing this one forward because it actually involves the city of Kirkland regulating firearms in public spaces that we control. And we have a recommendation from the subject matter experts, as Diana mentioned, that is support with modifications. The modifications generally run along the lines of technical improvements and clarifications. The reason, I will just underscore, one of the reasons this is of keen interest to municipalities is because municipalities do not have the right under state statute to regulate firearms in parks and pools where kids play. City of Seattle sought to do that about 10 years ago, and that was struck down in the Washington State Supreme Court as a counter to the preemption statute in RCW 9.401.290. That's why we are elevating this to this discussion. It's also getting this bill is also getting current hearings, so it's also relevant if we're going to support the bill or support it with modifications or take some other approach. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else? Deputy Mayor?
Looking at the staff recommendation on modifications from Police Department, the City Attorney's Office, and Parks and Community Services. All of them had very relevant modifications that I think we do need to air. So would support the work group supporting this and with those particular modifications.
Thank you. Councilmember Tim Chisholm.
Thank you. I own guns and children, and I value the children more. I would support this bill, and I do see a nexus between the City of Kirkland taking action on this and this not just being a general concern. I think this is because we can't regulate this ourselves. We really have to have the state do it for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Falcone?
Yeah, just throwing my 2 cents in that I fully support this as well. I understand the, need for clarification and, some of the potential modifications to the legislation. But I do think we should support this. It's certainly something good for our community, like Councilmember Chisholm said, to keep our kids safe. Thank you.
All right. All right. Looks like we're at support with modifications on this one. And now rent stabilization, SB 5 2022, too many twos, HB 1217. Councilmember Black?
Maybe I'll set the stage for this one too, although Diana already has done a fairly good job, a good job. The legislative work group is recommending that we simply monitor this bill at this time. One of the key pieces I would underscore is we haven't received a complete set of subject matter expert opinion analysis yet. We're still waiting on that from some of our subject matter experts, particularly in human services. So that's one key reason to wait and see how this, see what the recommendation is. And we will have, as a city, if we decide to take a position on this, we'll have plenty of time to influence this legislation as it moves forward. Thanks.
Councilmember Falcone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, thank you for that, Councilmember Black, and thank you for setting this up in our conversation. I think that makes sense to monitor for now. I do think we had a conversation before that kind of the devil's in the details with this. I do really appreciate the direction that this bill is going. I think that there's a lot of thoughtful nuance to it, and to have a really balanced bill. I would like us to continue to seriously monitor and not just I know that sometimes in my mind, I'm not saying in your mind, in my mind, sometimes monitor and neutral are interchangeable, so I just want to make sure that in monitoring that it does come back on a discussion slide like this again in the future, because I would like us to seriously consider supporting it once it gets to a place that we feel confident that the nuances that we'd like to see in there to strike a balance in our city are there. So thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor?
For this particular bill, one of the things that is important, as was noted, is that in setting a statewide standard, because it's not something we can take action or something that we want to take action on individually. There's some things in this bill that I like. There's some things I'm concerned about, and there's some pieces of it that, frankly, I don't understand. So I think it's also important to monitor and spend some time as it goes through the amendment process and the experts weigh in for us before we take a position on this.
Thank you. Councilmember Sweet?
Okay, this is a tough one. This is one that we have been split on in the past. I just want to point out that it did come out of committee with, I believe it was 9 Democratic votes against 8 Republican votes, with an additional Democrat deferring to vote. It is going to be a contentious issue, and we're going to hear a whole lot about it. There's going to be a lot of pressure on multiple sides, or on just multiple pieces of this bill. I have reached out to a number of members of our landlord community to get a sense. We have a very good sense of what the legislation is trying to do in support of tenants, I believe, because the bill is written very strongly in terms of advocacy for tenants. I think we need to hear from the landlord community before I am willing to go forward with it, but also willing to share anything that I get back.
Thank you. Councilmember Tim Chisholm?
Thank you. If we're going to have subject matter experts weigh in on this, I think they should weigh in on the potential impacts of the development, economic development of the station area plan and building more housing there and attracting developers to that area. It's a large goal of the city's, and I would want to know from a subject matter expert that is within the city maybe, that if we're going to potentially signal this, that may have negative impact on attracting developers to that region on 85th. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Pascal?
Thank you. Yeah, I think one of the concerns that in the past, as we've talked about this over the years, related to caps on rent, particularly, this contains a lot more than just that, obviously. One of the major concerns is just not encouraging the investment in building more housing. So, you know, I was reading the bill, and one of the things it does is it says to encourage continued investment in housing. One of the things it does is it says for 10 years, you know, a new construction is exempt from it from 10 years. What's interesting is when the two other states that have essentially statewide rent caps, California and Oregon, it's interesting. I've read that I believe theirs is a 15-year exemption, and the reasoning for that is because there's loans that, you know, developers take out to build new housing, and those are amortized over 15, 20 years, and so you don't want to discourage that. You don't want to discourage building of new housing, and so I don't know. That would be something to monitor and to kind of look into and understand where the state's falling on that. And then the second thing to kind of look at a little bit is kind of what is the state, where are they accepting responsibility in terms of housing cost increases, you know, related to taxes, related to you know, utility fee increases, because those all contribute to housing costs. So, you know, it's weird when it, like, you know, a utility would go up by, it could go up by 7-8%, but then a landlord's capped at 7%, you know, so why, it seems like they should be treated similar. So those are kind of things that, you know, if this is moving through, some of those discussions, I'd be really interested in hearing some more of those discussions.
Thank you. Councilmember Black?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just two quick things. One thing to mention, Councilmember Pascal, that issue did come up in a discussion, not at the legislative work group, but it was reported on, I think, by one of our contract lobbyists that question came up. Should it be 7% or inflation if inflation is greater than 7%? So that just gives you a sense this bill is in flux. I was going to give Diana an opportunity to describe the difference between neutral and monitor. So you, as the captain of our legislative work group, how do you treat a monitor bill, just so that all my colleagues?
I think the expectation is sort of what is the impact to the city? And so a neutral bill is a bill that has minimal impact to the city, or that our staff don't see as many concerns with it as it currently exists. Monitor is there's potential impacts to the city, or there's potential impacts to our priorities, but we can't fully distinguish what they are yet, or we expect there to be changes, and so we are actively monitoring what is happening with this legislation. And I think there's neutral is we're not expecting it to impact us. Monitor is we are expecting it to impact us. And so on my side, when I'm reviewing bills and I'm checking in on things as I move forward, if a bill we're monitoring gets a hearing, I'm paying way more attention to it than a bill that we're neutral about gets a hearing. And so that, I think, is the way that we act on it might not be very different how the legislature experiences it, but the way that I'm paying attention to it is different. Does that help?
That's very helpful.
Okay.
Are you done? Anybody else? So what I'm hearing is that the council supports the monitor position, but I believe that there's a lot of curiosity about this bill as it moves forward. So my recommendation is that we continue to bring it to council, at least for an update on where it is. So everybody agree with that? Okay.
No.
Anything else? Okay, I think we do have some questions. Councilmember Falcone, go ahead.
I do. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, thank you, Diana, for this. I have some questions and comments or about bills that were not on the screen. So just additional ones that I wanted to provide some input on and also ask some questions about. First, I just want to say, like, wow, this is a lot, like going through the SME stuff, and I think this every time, but for some reason it really hit me this time, like, wow, this is a lot. And just the amount of questions and like additional information that I was curious about going through this just made me appreciate even more the work that you do, that your staff does, that the working group does. So thank you for everyone who works on that. And for all the SMEs too, like that's a lot. I know that this is a lot. So thank you for that. It was really helpful. All the comments in there, the bills that I was, really happy to see so many of them that were taking a position of support on, some of that which we touched on about the school district stuff. Councilor Black mentioned some other, that there were other bills related to gun safety, HB 1152 around, securing storage requirements for firearms in vehicles and residents. I mean, this is the kind of common sense gun legislation that so many in our community are asking for. Senate Bill 5082 about housing stability for foster youth that we're recommending supporting. Some of these things that we aren't talking, didn't bubble up to a council discussion tonight. I just want to mention that I really appreciate the work that you're doing on that, even though it's not getting highlighted tonight, because these are really important things that are going to help if they, push through, if they get through, that are going to directly help folks in our community, keep them safe, help folks who need it most, and help provide, hopefully, more school funding and save the school district some money on being able to build new construction and not just improvements on existing buildings with some of that work. I did have some questions and some input looking at House Bill 1092 and 1087. There were several bills that were that we got SME input on from several different departments, which I found really useful to get, some may have had planning and building and also have city attorney's office or whatever, right? Like a variety of different input, which I found really, really helpful because obviously there's just different perspectives and different areas of expertise. These bills in particular, I really appreciated the SME expertise from KPD, but I also would love to see more, similar to some of the other bills we talked about, more subject matter input. And these bills are on HB 1092 is on maintaining the safety of children, and the House Bill 1087 is on endangerment with a controlled substance. And both of those I would love to get, for example, our human services staff input on, perhaps our community responders as SMEs on that as well, just to provide additional input on each of those. And both of those are currently recommended to support. I think one of them is support, both of them I think are recommended to support. And I'd like to just monitor those for now until we get additional SME input on both of those. I think those are important enough to hit pause on supporting those until we have more information. On House Bill 1108, I appreciated the SME experts or the SME's recommendation to support with modifications. I mean, it's hard to tell doing, this is the one that was, I think, looking at
The housing.
the housing affordability, yeah, exactly, like forming a task force, which, is going to cost time and money, and, there are some things that I understand, like the input that the SMEs provided, and I agree with that. And I wonder, what we mean by support with modifications here, right? This is another one, that looking for clarification, and there's going to be other comments that I have questions about that throughout, where sometimes I feel like support with modifications is we will only support it if the modifications come in, or we generally support it, but we'd like to advocate for these modifications or like to see these modifications. So I'd like at least to discuss that when that comes up for the ones, maybe we can highlight those for discussion. I think it'd be great to have them, to have that nuance highlighted, that we, in speaking with city manager earlier, proposed the idea of having only support with modifications when it's that distinction that we would not likely support it without particular modifications. I think that would be helpful. But another thing I just had about this bill in particular, I think, I couldn't help but think, is this something that they could, do for cheaper and more efficiently, for example, by asking them maybe a little bit biased because I sit on this board, but asking the Affordable Housing Advisory Board to do something like this. There's already an existing body, could, have some efficiency of money and time there. I don't know if that's a mechanism that they have the ability to do, because I'm brand new. I've had one meeting on that board so far, but I just feel like that may be the type of modification that we could look into for that bill in particular. I had a question on House Bill 1160. This is the DRB bill. This is Rep. Wallen's bill on DRB. I appreciated the SME input on this, and I understand that, but I wonder if this is the direction that we think the legislature is going. Would it be more efficient with staff time and money to just kind of support it, to rip the Band-Aid off, right? Would it be more costly to comply with existing new legislation, right? That we have to comply with, I think it's later this year, and then have to go through this process again if we're saying we don't support this now, and like what we would wish for is that this bill might happen, it sounds like from the SME's input, after we've implemented the existing. But if we feel like this is already going this direction, I just have that question, right? Would it save us money to support it, if this were to go through? That way we don't have to go through that process yet again to revise our DRB stuff, right? So I'm curious about that. And so perhaps a monitor, because I'm looking for more information. That would be what I would support. House Bill 1175, thank you for recommending to support this. You know that I'm thrilled. This really does support some of our economic development element goals in our comprehensive plan. I think that was mentioned perhaps in the memo or in the SME report on that. And so I am really happy to see this bill come forward. I think it could do a lot of good. That said, this is one of the support with modification things that I like in reading the SME's analysis on this. There's the feasibility clause, right, which seems like it probably wouldn't do harm to us. My understanding is the fear is that other cities might try to opt out of this or find loopholes to get out of it, which feels like something that would be the support with modifications. We'd like to see that modified, but we would still support it otherwise. But then there's the 500 square foot minimum thing that was called out in the SME report, which concerns me, and I'm looking for more information on that. Like, as the bill currently stands, would that require us to have a 500 square foot minimum? Could we go below that in our own, city code? I don't know the answer to that, and to me, that could potentially be a deal breaker, where even though I love this in theory, if it would do harm to the good work that we could do as a city by requiring us to have a 500 square foot minimum for business establishments and residential zoning, that could potentially be problematic. So I just would want to make sure before supporting that wouldn't be something that we would be held to, and if so, then I would want that to be categorized as like only support with that modification, right? That would be lowered or eliminated, and that cities could decide what, if any, minimum square footage would be most appropriate for their cities. So I have that. I have another note, but on HB 1181, but I don't.
About minimum wage.
Yes, thank you. This is the one about minimum wage. So the recommendation thank you for refreshing my memory. I had all kinds of notes, but not what the topic was. That the city attorney's office was recommending that neutral, I think, and the human resources was recommending to oppose this. And I feel like this is one of those ones where I can see both sides of it. It's a really challenging topic, right? Because it would cost our city money, right? But there is a lot of good it could potentially do for folks in our community who would really benefit from this. And so I'd really like to see us stay neutral on this and not take a position, because I feel like there are opposing pros and cons that are so strong on this that I would not like to see us oppose this. So I don't know how others feel, but I feel pretty strongly about that. We already talked about the gun-free zones. That was something I had. Lastly, I think this is lastly, was Senate Bill 5150, and this is on juvenile access to attorney. I don't understand this enough. This is another one where I'd like to see get a little bit more subject matter input, because, and even from the existing ones as well, like I would like to understand more from the city attorney's office and from Kirkland Police Department more about just kind of in layman's terms, like a legal interpretation of what this means, adding any exigent circumstances exist to a reason why a police officer can speak with a juvenile without an attorney present. I don't really understand why that's necessary, and I'd want to understand, like, again, not being a lawyer or a legal expert, My understanding is that this is usually applied to the Fourth Amendment right to freedom from unreasonable search and seizure. So I want to understand this a little bit more from just like legal perspective interpretation for my non-legalese brain, but also from KPD more about like, what are specific examples of where our hands are tied now, where this would have been really helpful in helping keep people safe in our community, right? Like I want to understand kind of some of those examples. Would also like to hear from human services staff and community responder staff on this as well, given the nature of this, I think is really relevant. So there's just so much information here. And there's also, my understanding is a similar bill, I think it's House Bill 1053, where the recommendation was to monitor. I understand that there's differences here. So I would just like to monitor this for now and get more information on some of those specifics that just weren't in the memo or the SME report before having a fully formed opinion on this. It's a really big deal, right? Like being able to speak with a juvenile without an attorney present. And I just want to make sure that we're being really thoughtful about supporting any additional exemptions to that before we take a stand. So, thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor?
Point of order, Councilmember Falcone, you went through with a lot of interesting input on a couple dozen bills where you stated your opinion that was different from the legislative work group recommendation. I was having trouble tracking, and I'm wondering if you're just offering some feedback for the legislative work group's consideration, or any of those are things that are motions that you want to change, because from those comments, it's really not actionable for us as a council right now. So I'm just, my point of order is there a motion
That's a good question.
in there?
I don't know, because we don't usually take a motion on these, whether we support it or not. So it would maybe be like an amendment to an emotion if there was a motion for like a resolution that, but I don't know. I don't have a motion prepared because I haven't seen us.
Part of
formal
what we
action.
have in the packet is the legislative work group's recommendations on there, and they're in the packet. So if there's a change, generally we have done, unless there's been an objection, this is what the legislative work group's going forward with. And if there's a change that you're suggesting, it really needs to be in a form of a motion, or it's like offering some feedback of saying, here's some thoughts that the work group should consider moving forward. And without a motion, it's, I just want to set expectations that you haven't had any direction to follow up.
I haven't seen precedent for that before, so I wasn't prepared for that tonight. So I defer to perhaps city manager.
Yeah, so one thought, I think it's a excellent point that Deputy Mayor brought up, and I think it is also unique, and I think the issues you've raised are valid. My suggestion at this point is to create a process that doesn't exist yet, which is we flag these and take no action on them between now and the next time we come back, but we take the statements you've made, and I also have notes that you gave me, to the meeting on Friday of the legislative work group, and we work through these and see whether that we would recommend differences based on what you said to come back to the next council meeting. But in the meantime, if something was scheduled for action that we otherwise might do, that we could discuss whether we don't do that until we come back, rather than try to resolve it here. How would that work for?
Thank you, City Manager, and thank you, Deputy Mayor. I was going to have a similar, specifically, Councilmember Falcone has asked for more subject matter expert input. Easy to do, easy to request. Asking us to change particular positions, it might be a little early in the session on that. So my recommendation was also that we take this under advisement of the legislative work group and come back. I also would suggest that perhaps a council meeting isn't the best place for this whole conversation, that it might be helpful prior to a council meeting, if you have questions about particular bills, to reach out to Diana with, I need more information, or I would like another subject matter expert, or how did you get to this position? That might be helpful before we get to this place too, because as Deputy Mayor Arnold said, otherwise we need to take an action, and we're not ready to do that. So, yeah. Anybody else, council member?
I'll just say, in our council call, Councilmember Falcone did raise these issues, and we were looking into them, but again, I think we've hit a point of order we haven't hit before is like what to do with that.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I think, just like I said, to want to be fair to Councilmember Falcone, she did raise them with us. We just hadn't had a chance to like turn them into any kind of actual recommendation other than getting the comment.
Right, right. And I think at this point, it's super helpful to hear what you have to say and then take it back to the
I
legislature.
thought that was the whole point of this
Yeah.
being on our agenda.
To hear
was
what you
to
had,
get
yeah.
that kind of, to get the input from
Yeah,
full council.
but, and some things you need to get council input, and some things might be helpful to talk to Diana directly. So, Councilmember Pascal, did you have something? Oh, Councilmember Tim Chisholm.
Thank you. I do appreciate Councilmember Falcone raising the juvenile right to an attorney bill. I think that's something that I'd like to learn more about also. Thank you.
Yeah, I was just going to say that, I have some questions about some of these bills, but I also know that this could be a never-ending discussion because some of these bills are going to die and never go anywhere, and then we spend a ton of time, talking about something that we could be devoting that time to some city business that we're now going to be shortchanging. So, it's just a process question of how to use our time the most effectively.
Anybody else? Thank you. I think it is worth that we take this conversation to the Ledge Work Group and decide how to step forward. So, anybody else? All right, thank you, Diana. Since we have K-Line Public Works staff in the back and we have Public Works or K-Line audience members, and I know we're past our break, but I'm going to force us to get through K-Line before we move to our break. So, we are now have a briefing on King County Metro K-Line request for support. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So here to give you that presentation is Kimberly Scribner, our transportation team, and I believe I hope she's doing the one who's coordinating this. But we have Doug McIntyre, Transportation Manager, and other folks here, as well as you said, a guest from Metro to answer questions. This is going to be primarily a city staff presentation, and our guest from Metro is here to answer questions if they come up that are beyond our staff's ability to answer regarding the Metro K-Line. The goal here tonight is to give you a heads up on future presentations we're going to be making and actions we'll be asking the council to take. So this is your first check-in on them. We welcome feedback tonight. But this will be coming back to you in February and March. So you'll have several different bites at the apple on this. So Kimberly.
Hello, welcome.
Thank you, City Manager. Mayor Curtis, Council. Before I, let me spin this real fast. Trying to get to the, thank you. While I'm getting help fully sharing my screen, I would like to introduce everyone to Ryan Whitney, who has joined us tonight, coming from King County Metro. Ryan. You will hear from Ryan directly at the February 18th meeting. He will also be back here tonight talking with the Transportation Commission tonight. He has joined us to listen to your discussion and also help me to answer any questions you may have. So tonight, we're here to talk about some of the record of support memos and the step to get to the K-Line locally preferred alternative. I'll talk about the schedule. Just a reminder about why Rapid Ride is important and why it's better than regular Metro service. One thing that I've heard Metro talk about is that Rapid Ride is light rail on wheels, if you will. Faster, frequent, reliable service, easy to board, better waiting stations where you can see real-time information, know when that bus is coming. The frequency of a bus coming is, well, frequent. And so if you arrive and you miss one, you can be confident that you can hop on another bus, and so on and so forth. We also want to talk about the connections that this K-Line will make that are very important to the east side. It connects 3 regional growth centers, several transit centers where people can make connections to other places. The link to the Sound Transit stride at BRT. This one will be very important. It'll be nice to have that frequency of the K line connecting up and down the hill from downtown, straight up to the stride BRT service. I heard mentioning that earlier about making sure that we're getting passengers up to the 85th station, connecting to the Link Light Rail, to other metro services such as the Rapid Ride B line, connects Northwest University, Bellevue College, several of our major employers. And so this really hits a lot of the pearls along the course. In terms of the benefit to Kirkland, we have heard over and over again, and particularly coming out of our transportation strategic plan, that our residents and businesses and people that come and people that are in Kirkland and that want more transit service. And this is the first major new investment in transit service that we've seen in a long time. We are also not in the business of building, widening our roadways for new general purpose lanes. So as our city grows, as we connect to the 85th station area, and as that grows, getting people out of their vehicles will be a very critical component of ensuring that we are addressing congestion. Also, as people start to return to work, we are seeing increased congestion, and so this is one of the ways that really will help us get to meet those goals and address both our current congestion issues and then also as our city grows. So Kim, I'll just brush over the key milestones. You've seen these before, and it's in your packet. But in 2019, the planning work started. That was when a majority of the route was chosen. As that work was documented during the pandemic-related pause, the project started up again in the 2023-24 budget cycle. We are now preparing to develop the locally preferred alternative in order to apply for Metro to apply for the FTA Small Starts Grant in 2025, and that application is due in the fall for a 2030 delivery. In terms of getting there, the Metro has already been accepted by FTA in terms of being able to submit through the Small Starts program. They won an additional $8.2 million through a recent PSRC grant. They've been working with us in the city of Bellevue to get to that locally preferred alternative, which will, once we get through through an endorsement from the Kirkland City Council and the Bellevue City Council, will be taken to the King County Council. And then after the Small Starts Grant application, there is a lot of confidence based on the ridership and the speed and reliability treatments, ridership projections, that there is the expectation that that grant will be successful. And that at that point, the project will move forward to environmental review and further preliminary engineering. In terms of the record of support, I want to be clear. Metro asked staff to work through the various elements of the project and to provide some kind of paper trail, some endorsement of the various elements in order to bring the locally preferred alternative to you, council. And it was the staff recommendation that we wanted to bring the council, and by doing so, making that information available to our community as well, for all of these elements. And so that's why we're going through this process of these record of support memos, so that we can start kind of going through the project elements bit by bit. We give you the opportunity to understand what those elements are, and to be able to ask questions. We can work through that with council, and so as we come back at the second meeting in March with a proposal for the locally preferred alternative, you'll have already been familiarized with all of the components of it. So there are three additional record of support memos that we would like to bring to you. So our plan tonight is to answer any questions, better understand what other questions that you might have that we might not be able to address tonight. We'll bring, Ryan will come back and present at the February 18th meeting, so you can hear from Metro directly. And then that will lead us to the March 4th, where at that point, hopefully, you don't have to, but hopefully we can put the remaining three record of support memos on your consent agenda. The locally preferred alternative at this point, and what we're proposing and what has been proposed is narrowed down to 10 speed and reliability projects, 5 access to transit projects, 18 station pairs, and up to 40 intersection signal upgrades. One thing that we wanted to bring to you tonight are a couple things that we just wanted to highlight. We've thought that council want to know and to be able to address. So the first one is a transit signal priority. The benefit of transit signal priority is that it helps the system and the buses be a lot more efficient, saves a lot of time, and without having to reconfigure our roadways, without buying right-of-way. It's a very critical component of ensuring that speed and reliability happens. However, we just wanted you to be aware there will be ongoing subscription costs. And this graphic, not expecting you to understand the full graphic, but it just a little bit how it works. The transit vehicle communicates with Metro's communication systems, communicates with our communication systems, and to the controller cabinet. Currently, in order to use for TSP to work, it's new software. We're after going to replace some of the cabinets, and then we'll likely for a while have 2 different systems working until we either upgrade all of the other signals or we figure out how to get those 2 systems to work together. So there are a lot more conversations about this, but we just wanted you to be aware of that. Again, it provides a lot of travel time savings, and also, again, very important to element of the project without having to purchase right-of-way or reconfigure the roads. The second one we wanted you to be aware of is this is part of in the speed and reliability portion of the project, or one of the speed and reliability projects we wanted you to know about is the proposal to convert the southbound left turn lane from the transit center onto Kirkland Avenue to be bus only during the peak periods. We asked Metro to do additional analysis on this to see if that was going to impact circulation in the rest of the downtown core. They did that analysis, and that analysis showed that there are not significant impacts, and so this is still a recommended project in the speed and reliability group. We wanted you to be aware of that. And then the third one that we wanted to just highlight is an eastbound bat lane on Central Way. The original proposal that came to us was a longer bat lane all the way from 3rd to 5th, and then a queue jump at 6th Street. But what we've talked about is that the existing turn pocket at 6th is too short for it to be effective. And then recognizing the sensitivity to about removing parking along the park. And so that has been staff's feedback to Metro. And so they are now working on conducting additional analysis to just look at that 4th Street to 5th Street bat lane. So just wanted you to be aware of that as well.
Kimberly, hang
Yeah.
on.
Really quick, Kimberly, will it take out the parking along that red strip, though?
Yes.
Okay.
Actually, there isn't.
Do you know how many places that is?
Not at the top of my head.
A lot of it's loading zone.
Yeah. There's limited parking on that section. A majority of the parking in that stretches along the park. Also, just wanted to talk a bit about the significance of the 108th Avenue corridor. As you all know, it's one of the few north-south routes in the city, very centralized within the region, and the other routes that such as 116th or Lake Washington Boulevard are just plain buffered by water or by the highway and by the park, and don't provide that access to people that would actually take the bus as much as 108th Avenue corridor. 108th also touches Northwest University, the Google campus, and so and then recognizing that congestion has already been a problem along there, getting more riders onto service like Rapid Ride will provide benefit to that corridor, and then some of the speed and reliability projects will also provide benefit to some of the turn movements. Also, just wanted to provide some existing context about the transit ridership. So currently the average weekday daily ridership for instance, the 255, 2,900 riders. The K line is expected to, is projected to have about 5,000 average weekday daily ridership. So there have been, and Brian can speak to this as well, but there have been some other rapid ride lines where the ridership surpassed what they had projected. The other thing I'll mention about the speed and reliability projects, kind of going back to this, why is rapid ride better than regular transit service, is that, for the full length of the K line, if that was regular bus service compared to a rapid ride type of service with all the speed and reliability treatments, it saves 26 minutes in one direction and 23 minutes in another, and that's for the whole corridor. We recognize that not everybody's going to go all the way from Totem Lake to Bellevue College, but it still provides a competitive option for people other than driving. It's one of the benefits of this type of service. So tomorrow, and again, Ryan's going to be back tomorrow talking with the commission. We plan to bring back more discussion, particularly on those 3 record of support memos to the February 18th meeting. We plan to bring those record of support memos to the March 4th meeting, and then March 18th is when you'll see the proposed locally preferred alternative. And by that point, you should be very familiar with all of the things in that locally preferred alternative. And with that, thank you.
Thank you,
I know you're
Kimberly.
holding off your breaks.
Council? Councilmember Tim Chisholm.
I just wish to disclose that I own a property that may be affected by this, and I may receive financial compensation due to this issue. I may meet with the city attorney in deciding whether I make comments on this or if I vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Pascal?
Thank you. So just a few comments about some of the things I heard, and this could be questions for Metro Rep as well. Since I've been on council for a while, I've been through a number of different studies and plans and stuff, and one of them was a ST3 plan, where in the ballot measure, there's about $30 to $40 million to connect the new transit station that is being built right now at 85th Street down to the transit center. And Sound Transit did, a year or more worth of extensive analysis on what that connection between the transit center and the station should look like. And the results of their analysis was that transit priority treatments along Central were not necessary. So it's a tough pill to swallow to now hear that maybe they were necessary because we actually gave up that money and diverted it elsewhere, or Sound Transit did. So that's a little disappointing to hear, and so I'd want to learn a little bit more about what is really causing that change, that result. It's not about the need, it's just more about how when two different entities look at it, why is one coming up with something different than the other? Because they're after the same thing, which is transit reliability. So that would be kind of a question. And then in the map, also where there are some kind of reliability issues, and we've talked about this previously as part of the 85th Street Station Area Plan, was that section of 85th from essentially the interchange up to 124th Avenue as being potentially problematic of buses getting, particularly heading northbound to Totem Lake, and turning north on 124th Avenue. Again, Metro is saying, hey, some additional investment is needed there, which makes complete sense to me because I was raising that issue. So is there, is transit signal priority really, that's going to accomplish that reliability there as we hopefully see more development occur along 85th Street? That would be a question there. Do we have to rethink any of that? And then the analysis, much of this analysis was done in 2017, 2018. A lot of things have changed. So it sounds like Metro's updating this, but I'd like to see more details. So I don't know where that information, if that information can be shared somehow. And then finally, the K line has been talked about a lot, and I have been talking about this for years now. And one of the things that I always kind of came to understand, particularly when I was on the Regional Transit Committee, was the K line was an additive. It was an additive of service hours in Kirkland. It wasn't taking service hours from service we already have and reallocating it to the K line. So we were getting additional service. And so now I'm feeling like I'm hearing, well, some service hours could be diverted. And so I'd like to understand kind of where Metro sits on that.
I think to some of your questions, I think those are great to set us up for the February 18th meeting to bring some of that back to you. I will invite Ryan. I don't know if you have any anything related to the service hour question, or is that something you'd like to bring back at the next meeting?
All right, first time on the mic here. Hello, Council. Happy to be here to answer a few questions, but I will be bringing a lot of this information back in our presentation on February 18th. So the one thing I can comment on is we do recognize that a lot of our analysis was 2017, 2018, around that time. For areas, we have collected traffic counts post-COVID, so 22, 23, and redone a lot of the key analysis and evaluation of the project, and have seen, similar need in areas. There was one area where this was actually in Bellevue, but was along the K-line route, where we had a project that was previously recommended, and then taking into account how transportation changed in that area, and actually a separate Bellevue project that expanded the intersection, and we saw that improvement was no longer needed. So we are evaluating these improvements with new data, and then reevaluating if they're still needed. And then on the 255 question, part of what goes into launching a new service is a restructure of kind of the entire transportation network. It happened with the Northeast Mobility Plan. I think that was back in 2019, and then most recently with the Eastlink restructure around the Sound Transit light rail. And those happened about 2 years in advance of revenue launch. And at that point, we look at how many service hours are in the area, how many service hours are going to be approved in future budgets for the area, and then how to restructure the service to add service, reduce duplication, and make those connections better. And that has a whole separate engagement process that starts about 2 years prior to revenue launch. So, and then on some of the other questions, I can bring back more information on those on the 18th.
Great, thanks. Yeah, I think the important kind of question, kind of underlying kind of what I was asking was there was a lot of analysis previously that informed kind of decisions, and now that it sounds like the analysis is updating or kind of modifying some of those decisions. So it'd be nice to understand why, like what is changing to result in that change.
Okay.
Explanation of that. Thank you.
Yep, that's I took a note of a few of the ones you mentioned and can bring back that information on the 18th.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor?
Yes, first some questions and then some comments. And to some of the things that Councilmember Pascal mentioned, on the Sound Transit 3 link to the bus rapid transit station, my recollection was that the original proposal was bus access lanes from 85th to 6th, not on Central. So I think that's how we ended up where we are. I think it's something we need to we need to follow up on if anything's changed there, but I'm not sure that it did because I think the original proposal was only about 6th. On the 255, I would note in our previous letters that we have sent, we have talked about preserving the 255 service, and I think that should be a continued message as we look at our letters of support in this. A couple of questions here that I will want to get in the future. When we talk about the improvements needed in our ITS system to support transit signal priority, I'm also interested in any other benefits outside of the K line that we might be getting out of this next generation system. Certainly, if the end goal is saying this is going to be what entirely is used through systems throughout the city, there may be some benefit there that I'd like to understand. Secondly, for those improvements and other things that are city-related costs, I'd like to understand what those are and make sure that those are listed as CIP projects when we do our next mid-buy update so we can track what's happening there. There are some things that are talked about in this, like the improvements and the access to transit. It looks to me like some of these are, or much of these are things that come with federal funding. If it's not, I'd like to make sure that we're being precise on what things are coming with federal funding through this and what things we're committing to as a city. Overall, I'm hearing Dave Asher's voice in this topic when he always talked about the opportunities to do things that benefit Kirkland using other people's money. Mm-hmm. And Dave always was advocating for that and advocated regionally for transit. The K line, as you showed, the timeline there was restored because of advocacy by Kirkland. After the King County Council cut it, we were able to work and bring that back. Dave was an avid transit supporter, and this is something that would have addressed a number of things that we've worked on for years. This is an alternative to the Kirkland crawl, which is the congestion that happens on 108th. This is an opportunity for enhanced bus service on 124th. It is thinking long-term, which is something Dave already did, where we're talking today about something that would, at best, be in operation in 2030, and there's a lot of things that have to happen within federal support and things for this to happen. I still think we need to move forward on this. To some of the comments we've heard, yes, we want more transit service elsewhere. Yes, we want better transit service to Seattle. That doesn't prevent us from taking advantage of this opportunity that provides more north-south transit service. Separately, as part of the transportation strategic plan, we're going to be looking at those transit needs in Kirkland and the options to provide. So it's not an either or, it's a both and on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, thank you, Kimberly, for this update, and thank you, Ryan, and King County Metro for being here today. One of the things we hear from community members a lot, just with transit service in general, especially at our smaller stops, right, is the lack of benches and shelter at them, right? And I do see on here passenger facility projects, and I did see in the memo like reference to small, medium, and large stops. And so I'm really going to be looking out for that in our February meeting, is really how that's going to be addressed, especially as we currently, yes, we have some, we have some folks who really depend on transit, but we also have a lot of discretionary transit riders, and we have a lot of not yet discretionary transit riders that we want to encourage to ride transit. And, whether it's rainy season or sunny season here, there's either the rain or the sun that oftentimes would be a barrier to folks choosing to take transit. And so I'm really going to be looking out for 100% bench and cover at all of our small, medium, and large, and really wanting to advocate for that. I think that's crucial to an area like Kirkland, to encouraging more folks to ride transit so that we can continue to grow the transit resources here in Kirkland. So just wanted to mention that, and I hope to see that in the February update. Thank you.
Thank you. No additional comments. We look forward to seeing you on the 18th. Lots of good feedback that you received tonight, so thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thanks. All right, we are going to take a break, and we will be back at 10:15. Commission, proposed amendments to the Board and Commission application. City Manager.
Okay,
Elizabeth
thank
is
you, Mayor. So the council had asked us to evaluate our application process to get ahead of the new application round that we're going to do for the boards and commissions that are going to be this March. And so our clerks team did an amazing job of looking at what all of our surrounding community did. And as a result of all that, we have a few recommendations, although we think our application held up pretty well. So here, once again, is Elizabeth Atkinson to walk you through that. And then we have two, what we consider as sort of modest recommendations. If the council feels like you want more time, it is possible to bring this issue back on February, but we are hoping to get a decision today so that we can move ahead with our regularly scheduled recruitment process. But Elizabeth will talk about that as well in her presentation. So, take it away, Elizabeth.
Thank you, and good evening once again, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and council members. As mentioned tonight, we'll be reviewing our current boards, commissions, and committee application form prior to the opening of the annual recruitment process, which will begin shortly and goes through March of this year, with new terms beginning in April. So for this evening's discussion, our recommendation to City Council is to consider some modest amendments, as the City Manager mentioned, to the application form, and also to provide staff direction on what modifications you would like to make and sort of the timing for our next steps here. So I just wanted to add under the first bullet point, the potential options for modifying the form would be to add an acknowledgements and agreements page that would provide applicants more information on the requirements and expectations of the position, such as the OPMA, PRA, and records management requirements, our code of conduct and ethics requirements, and also requirements and expectations around meeting attendance and preparation. And the second item to look at this evening is any modifications you might want to make to the questions themselves. And that would be mostly enhancing the questions. So again, tonight we are discussing this with the idea that after you make some decisions on if you would like to modify the current form, we will then proceed with opening the annual recruitment, or we could defer and bring this back on February 4th for further discussion if you'd like to.
All right, Councilmember Tim Chisholm.
I just don't favor anything that delays our recruitment process. Thank you. I would like to keep things on schedule.
Okay. Anybody else have comments on the two staff recommendations? Councilmember Deputy Mayor said that was his comment. All right, Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I appreciate this. Thank you so much. I do support adding the acknowledgements and agreements section. You're looking for feedback on both of those recommendations, correct? Yeah. Okay. And then the modifying the existing application with additional examples. I'm a little bit concerned that we're going to be directing folks too much, and reading through this, I kind of took a step back and why are we asking the affiliations, right? Is that necessary? And so I feel like keeping it broad is really, I think, the best approach, and maybe deleting the affiliations word from that and just keeping it with what is your background and experience, your relevant background and experience. We ask about, service in the city of Kirkland and other things in the Kirkland community. So I think we're getting at what we want to get at already. And it's not necessary to have, organizational affiliations. I think there's so much room for interpretation on that. And I think that I don't want to steer people too much in one direction or another with that. So that would be my recommendation, is actually to have fewer words there rather than adding more. Thank you. Keep it short and simple.
Anybody else? Councilor Pascal?
Well, I guess I like the recommendations you had with a little bit more, with the examples of what we mean by affiliations. So I think I'm kind of opposite of Councilmember Falcone, where I still think that that's important information at times, because we want to make sure we have a broad representation of members on our boards and commissions, and I would want to unknowingly appoint multiple people that were involved in in the same organization when we would have an opportunity to have more broad and diverse perspectives on a board or commission. So I think that's important to understand and not overlook. So that's kind of my feedback on that. I would actually even take it a little bit further and wondering if we should also highlight any personal connections that an applicant might have with a council member. And I don't think that's fair to ask the applicant that, but I think that would be fair to make it a responsibility of a council member to acknowledge any form of connection to an applicant, whether they're a close personal friend or whether they're a work colleague or whether, they were a key, contributor to their campaign or any kind of affiliation that I think would be important just to understand. It's not to exclude, it's not to say that applicant is not to be considered, it's to provide another source of information as we make decisions. But I would put that has nowhere to be on the application, but instead I'd recommend that we consider looking at that as adding some statement about that in our council procedures. Just as set an expectation that, we each have a responsibility to acknowledge that. I think we do that for the most part, but I think it doesn't hurt to kind of formalize that for future councils too.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councilmember Black?
I'll just really quick. I'm comfortable the acknowledgements language, and I support the existing question. So, for example, the one that's got a lot of attention, please share your related background, experience, and affiliations. Your related background, your related experiences, your related affiliations. I think that's relevant. I think we're getting the information we need. And we should always all feel welcome to ask our fellow council members during deliberations if they know any of the candidates or have any close relationship. Thanks.
Councilmember Tim Chisholm.
I would support the current language. I think the word related insinuates that it is related to the city application and the affiliations related to the city application. And I think your examples there of a neighborhood association, a political organization, and a community organization give the reader some context. Thank you.
Do we have Councilmember Sweet? Does she want to weigh in? I can't see her, so.
She doesn't currently have her hand raised.
Okay. Can she hear me? She's nodding? Okay, good. Okay, she has nothing. City Manager, do you have something to add? Her hand is raised.
Okay.
I'm
Sorry,
blind. I'm blind up here. Go ahead. Oh, there she is.
Well, I can barely see you. You're about an inch tall, all of you. The only comment that I wanted to make is we have asked this question all along, but it's that, are you able to commit to the necessary time to review it, blah, blah, blah. It seems to me we should ask that before they fill out the application. Make that part of sort of the criteria for, don't sign up if you don't have time to do it. So I would see it in the sort of in the precursor information, not necessarily in the application.
So in the acknowledgement section, like, I know what I'm getting myself into before I apply.
Exactly.
But you do support the acknowledgement section? Okay.
Yes.
And do you have any comments on the adding text to the question?
No, I'm fine with it.
Okay. All right, so I'm last. I strongly, first, what? Councilmember Tim Chisholm?
Well, quickly, to Councilmember Sweet's point that we acknowledge that somebody has the time, I think we may want to say the time to attend at least 80% of the meetings, which is the stated policy of at least the Planning Commission and a requirement of our boards and commissions, and we may want to list that. Thank you.
Okay. So first, I want to thank you for the thorough research on every city's applications. I that was a lot of work, and I appreciate it. I do support adding the agreement and acknowledgement section. I think that the way that we have this question worded is fine. I don't love adding the qualifying text because I'm afraid that people are going to respond too narrowly. But it's not a deal breaker for me. So, and I think we all agree that we want to move forward on this. So are you okay with that, Councilmember Falcone?
Yeah, I don't feel too strongly. I mean, as I shared earlier, I'm kind of on the fence about this, so.
Okay. So thumbs up on both suggestions. My only addition is I did notice, I think it was Woodinville had a request for preferred pronouns. I would love to add that. That would be very helpful for us when we're interviewing. So, Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you. My only comment is, in support of moving forward with the additional language is, I think it'll be really important how it's worded, right? That we're really clear that these are just examples of past applicants, but that there could be anything that they think is relevant that we're looking for. I just don't want to steer people in a certain direction. I like that it was really open before, and I just, the survey methodologist to me just thinks about like the social psychologist part of this and how we steer people with words and language when we ask questions. And so just want to be really mindful of how we word this and making sure that we're really keeping it very open, and that adding a few extra words around that I think will be really important here, just to make it crystal clear for folks, because different people's brains work differently, and some people are very each are very like logical and concrete in their thinking, and think, this is the only type of example that I could, it's not something that I can directly tie to a parallel to this, and they wouldn't necessarily list it. And I just want to be crystal clear in our explanation that we're looking for anything that they could possibly think could be related. Thank you.
Do you have what you need?
I think so. So, City Manager, did you want to comment, or?
No, I do. You had mentioned relevant, Councilmember Falcone, and reading the related, I heard some people had questions about what is related. I'm wondering if what we really meant in that word is relevant, your relevant background, experience, and affiliations versus your related, if that would help not create confusion. Maybe I'm overthinking this, but.
I actually love that word change. Anybody else? Everybody agrees?
Sure. Yeah, I think we do. And we can send to all of you the sentence we suggest for the examples, and just gather feedback individually before we put it out. So if that will help.
Sounds good.
Okay, thank you. So we'll move forward with the acknowledgements and agreements. And I did want to mention for Councilmember Tim Chizen, that does include the attendance at 80%. So that is in that particular section there.
Thank you very much.
Yes. And then we will also share our finalized question for just modifying this so that there's more information for applicants when they're filling out their form. I think the point was help them help you by giving you the right information so that you can know who best to select.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We are now moving on to item 9D, which is Communication Division's 2024 Data Summary. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Obviously, since we had a lot of discussion in the last few months about communication and community engagement, one of the things that we do once a month at the City Manager's office is get a summary from our Communications Division about what's actually happening with a lot of our online information, like our Kirkland and other things. And we actually felt that this might be something that the council would find interesting as a dashboard that you could get an update on as well. So David Wilbrecht, our communication program manager, is just going to walk you through the summary he gives us, he and his team give us. We didn't change anything except give you it. Just thought it'd be helpful information. It's a year-end summary, but we get it once a month at the city manager's office. I want to get council feedback and see whether the council would be interested in receiving this after we get it, so that you have a chance to look at it as well. So that, Mr. Wilbrecht.
Thank you, City Manager, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, Council. Good evening. That was a great intro for me, so I'll speed through my background slide. Although I'm lacking the 4 boxes, I do have a presentation in 4 parts. So quick background, City Manager covered most of it. Then we'll dive into the actual annual dashboard report. Then I just want to give you a little bit of the dashboard in context, and then a little sneak peek at some of what the Communications Division has in store for '25. Speaking of background, City Manager Triplett mentioned, we provide this monthly dashboard to the city manager via our department meeting every month. And this report really covers what folks in my profession refer to as our earned media, our social media, and our owned media, earned, and social media. So that's stuff that we control. That's stuff that we go on to other people's platforms, and that's stuff that other people write about us. And so we like to just be aware of what information that we're putting out is getting traction in those various avenues to help guide our strategy and also inform future content. So this is a summary of our 2024 activities on the platforms that I mentioned. So I'm just going to walk us through it. Feel free to raise your hand, interrupt me at each of these slides. All of this is in the attachment 1 from the memorandum. But I will start with some of our owned media, which is our email newsletters. And so the City Manager's Office and the Communications Division puts out a few different email newsletters every month or week. And so the key one, kind of our flagship communication platform is, of course, This Week in Kirkland, our email newsletter. So our current subscriptions there, you can see in the upper left, is just over 9,000, so 9,200. And that was a subscriber change of about 1,000 over the course of the year. And I would just like to note that the average open rate that you see there in the upper left-hand corner, 43%, that is a very strong open rate, kind of across all industries. So we have a lot of engagement with our email newsletter, and we pulled out some of our top clicks. And so these are the 10 top clicks throughout the year of what garnered the most activity. So our Meet the Council series gave us some solid clicks, as did some of the other mainstay events of the year, KDA, summer concerts, KTUB design contests, that sort of thing. Also just want to highlight the events guide, the eBiz newsletter, and as well as the volunteer opportunities. Excuse me. These are 3 other of the City Manager's Office, External Affairs Division newsletters that we put out, again with very strong open rates across all those, as well as a high subscription rate. So unless there are any questions on these, I'll go ahead and,
Councilmember Falcone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, thank you, David. This is, that is a really good open rate. That's really impressive. So I'm one of the 9,200 subscribers, as we probably all are.
Thank you for that.
And so I'm thinking on like the top clicks, right? And how we measure the clicks. A lot of the emails, the main gist of the story is already in the email, right? And so like I'm reading the story, I'm getting the content without clicking on anything. And I know we probably can't measure that, right?
Right.
Do we know some of these, like some of these are like videos, right? Like that would be something you would assume like you can't get the information in an email, you'd have to click on. And so I feel like it would just make sense that more people would click on videos than on stories, right? Because you can get most of it in there, right? And so I'm wondering like if we've looked at like, if we categorize stories that have most of the content already in the email versus like just like a teaser where you'll, need to click to get to something versus videos. I feel like it would be, they're just different in nature, right? Because my behavior is I occasionally click on something if it's something that, that I feel like there's not the full information there, but you do such a good job of including a lot of the information that I almost feel like, I'm not sure. I think a lot more than like 600 people or 300 people or 200 people or whatever we see here in clicks are actually processing the information and getting the information is what I'm trying to say. I think it's a lot more than what is shown here on clicks, especially with that 43% open rate. I don't know that we can measure the read rate or the scroll rate or if there's anything like that, but I just wanted to mention that because of the nature of the emails. I just wanted to acknowledge that I actually think there's a lot more people processing this content than what is displayed on the number of clicks.
Yes, I would agree with you. And the number of clicks really, to your point, that helps demonstrate when a further behavior is needed for someone to engage fully with the content. And so even looking at this list here, we have a couple videos in our top 5. We have a design contest. So some manner of voting is what we're soliciting there. It's like, which logo do you prefer? Inevitably, they need to click on something to go. And so this is a limited data set, but it kind of helps us get just sort of a snapshot of what is getting traction or what isn't.
Yeah. Agree, but my argument was just that it's not necessarily measuring just engagement or interest, but like just the nature of the content as well, like you said. Like, is it something that there needs to be more interaction? So
Yeah, it's a great distinction and something we'll probably integrate into our analysis.
but really cool.
Yeah, thanks.
Well done.
Anyone else? I think Councilmember Tim Chisholm sent this video to what, his entire family? What's the deal? Posted on his Facebook page? Something happened with those numbers.
Okay, and I also can't see Councilmember Sweet, so I'll just
She
rely on.
does not have her hand up.
Great. So moving on, so onto our one of our other big categories of content we are putting out daily, and that's our social media. And so we pulled out a lot of what were the top 10 posts basically, and so how we arrived at this is through the metrics analytics provided by the various social media platforms. So generally those rank not only views, and so which stories are showing up and are lingering on someone's screen for a certain period of time, but also people that are reacting, so thumbs up, smiley face, thumbs down, heart, those sorts of things, as well as comments, shares, that sort of engagement. And so by and large, and I won't walk through this, but happy to answer any questions. By and large, we do see a general trend of public safety is our top engaged posts, which has definitely informed some of our underlying strategy, which I'll get to in a little bit later in my presentation. But our folks in the community are very engaged with public safety content. They're very appreciative in general as far as the work of our amazing first responders, and so it's a lot of those good stories that we like to share and get out there. So. So for Facebook and for X, here the list there, and then also compiled our Instagram and Nextdoor. And Nextdoor is a little funny as far as social media goes, because we can post as a public agency, and we can see everyone's engagement on our posts, but as public agency, I can't see any of what the community is posting on Nextdoor. That's a technical feature of the platform. And so it's a limitation in some regards as far as kind of what, our observation of what the community is chatting about. So, so just know that this is just our individual posts there to Nextdoor. So, unless there's any questions on social media.
Oh, go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
David, does this reflect organic traffic, or are we doing some paid boosting of interested posts?
Yeah, great question. This is all organic. So although we do boost from time to time, it's a pretty small fraction, and none of these are boosted posts. So, yeah, great question. And again, I would just highlight on Nextdoor again that public safety trend.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So next, want to move both into, again, kind of some of our owned media, but then also our earned media. And so, of course, our This Week in Kirkland podcast, the newest tool in our toolkit. We see constant growth in both kind of the weekly average listens, which we have pegged around 140. So what that means is, so we're paying attention every week of how many downloads we're experiencing throughout the week from the episode that dropped on Thursday. So we're seeing a weekly average of around 140, and that's both through podcast platforms as well as on YouTube, because we also post the podcast to YouTube. And then our cumulative downloads, at the end of 2024 was just shy of 7,000. We've already ticked over into 7,500 into 2025. So really excited about that.
This is a year.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
It was a big year. Big props to Jim for being the big vision here, and the whole team. It's been just such a great team effort. And it's a lot of fun. We're getting really good engagement organically with our community on it. And then shifting over to our earned media. So this is what is showing up in the news. We track both the inquiries that we receive, because those inevitably become staff time, whether it's a 5-minute or a 5-hour in engagement there, and as well as just tracking the total number of media coverage. And so you'll note the spike that occurs, and just in general the higher coverage in summer, and so that spike also correlates with a spike of bacteria count in Lake Washington, and which inevitably, shuts down some of our swimming beaches. And so we do get year after year just a lot of coverage about a certain beach closing and opening and so forth. So that is kind of a big picture of our earned media. And on our month-to-month reports, we do actually have those detailed out by subject and topic area. So there'll be more. And then finally, the last bit of our owned media is our websites. And so I've detailed out here both the City of Kirkland main page, that's in the upper left-hand corner. In the lower left-hand corner is explorekirkland.com, so that's our tourism website. And then on the right mid there is our shoplocalkirkland.com, which is, of course, our local economic development initiative. So I also want to highlight in the lower right-hand corner is our business listings for both of the economic development platforms that I mentioned. We have, I just want to highlight, over 2 million visits to the website. I unfortunately can't back out how many times I go to the website, so I would maybe put that a little bit under 2 million for the amount of times that I go to our own website. However, it does show the importance of it as a tool, both obviously I'm making kind of a joke about my own usage of it, but for city staff, but more importantly for our community. So I was able to note, and my staff members, want to give a shout out to Chris Peterson, our web multimedia content specialist. He was able to track down that this not set, which was a technical error with Google, that is our Green Kirkland partnership page. And so just kind of supplant that for for the City of Kirkland site. He did some technical wizardry that I won't pretend to understand. So we have just strong visits across all our platforms. I do just want to highlight in the lower right-hand corner the total Shop Local Kirkland listings. So we have over 705 businesses that have enrolled on shoplocalkirkland.com. And I just want to uplift that number because I think when we first launched it, Deputy City Manager Lopez gave to our team, broadly defined in the city manager's office, we had an initial goal, I think, of 200 with a stretch goal of 300. And we were okay, we will never achieve that. And here we are, 4, 5 years later, and we're where we are. And it's just a really impressive demonstration of particularly Christian Switzer in the economic development team, her efforts, and of course Diana Hart as well. So unless there's any questions on the websites, I'll move on ahead.
Nope.
All right.
Good.
So I now just want to briefly touch on the context for this dashboard, because we use it as a team month to month to look at trends, what is getting engagement, what do we need to fill in gaps on for our content. But really what this measures is how much we are doing. And in the world of performance measures and performance management, there's also this notion of, okay, for all the effort we're doing, is anyone actually any better off? Are we succeeding in any way? And so for that, I pulled data from our biennial community surveys. And so you've seen this data before, just not exactly in this layout. But there's a question on that survey that says, in general, how well informed would you say that you are about the Kirkland City government? Are you well informed, somewhat informed, or not very informed? And so what I did is I pulled all the data going back from 2012, and you'll see a steady growth, particularly in recent years, that in general, we in the 2024 survey saw the highest percentage of respondents saying that they are informed. And so this is, of course, not just the communications division. This is our parks department. This is our planning team. This is all of our departments. This is also, other sources that are, sharing information about the Kirkland city government. So I don't mean to claim this as our own. However, this is a good proxy for us to know, okay, all the social media posts are putting out there, all the newsletter, yeah, well, is anyone better off? Is anyone actually more informed? And so I take this to heart and say, okay, it seems as though our efforts are paying off. Obviously, there's still that 25% that I want to get to and have everyone informed. And we sure will do our darndest on that. And I would note that in the context of this, I couldn't help but acknowledge that as folks are becoming more informed about the city government, they do maintain a very strong positive view of life in Kirkland. So this was from, again, the 2024 survey. 95% of folks rate Kirkland as a positive place to live. So this is a percentage that has maintained pretty much since our survey started. So.
Councilmember Sweet has a question.
Oh, yes.
Go ahead, Penny.
David, go back to the graph, please. I'm going to challenge your math on the 75%.
Okay.
Really?
That looks more to like 85% to me.
Nope.
I think it'll hold. So, yeah, 9 and 56 is.
We'll refer that to the legislative work group.
Yeah.
Good idea.
Okay.
Next
All right.
week.
Okay.
I think we should vote. Okay.
I appreciate the enthusiasm, though, Councilmember Sweet. Thank you.
All right, thanks.
Yeah. I was about to have a panic moment, and
I
one
know,
of the
we're all
words of
saying
wisdom
that.
that I've always learned from Deputy City Manager Lopez is never do math in public. So I was about to be challenged there. Speaking of trying to get to that last 25%, so we have 100% informed community. Communications program has a lot of fun things in store. Based on the study session conversation, also looking forward to hearing council's perspectives and priorities as well over the biennium. But do just want to highlight 4 kind of key initiatives for our team and just some visuals left to right. First, our biannual mailed printed newsletter. That's a photo of Bellevue's that I've used as a reference point, and I've already been in contact with them. So we're in some preliminary planning on that. Hope to have more information for the council in the coming weeks. Next is the Ask Kirkland, the website chatbot. So this is a generative AI product that people be able to interact with on the city website to ask questions from how do I pay my utility bill to what's coming up at the next council meeting. Next, excited, and I'm referencing back to where we saw such strong social media engagement around public safety. We're in kind of the final stages of preparing to launch additional dedicated social media channels for both our fire department and for our police department. So looking forward to launching that in hopefully, definitely in Q1 in the coming weeks.
What does that mean?
That means Facebook and Instagram.
That's what I thought. Okay.
Yeah, so of course our police department already has a Twitter or X account. And so in conversation with both departments, we're looking forward to launching some additional platforms that'll be dedicated to their work.
Are we looking at Blue Sky?
We have done some initial analysis of it. We're still pretty early in our exploration of it. We have gotten some feedback from community members that requesting the city have a presence there, so that's really upped our looking at it for sure, and should have more information on that soon.
Thank you.
And then finally, looking for exploring additional meaningful council and community engagement opportunities, and that's of course a photo of Mayor Curtis at the Kiwanis Club, so looking for both sort of formal or formal adjacent, like the Kiwanis presentation, but also some dialogue, small group, small table sessions, town halls, topical town halls like we have coming up for the Homelessness Action Plan. So that'll be an opportunity for a lot of good dialogue, and we're being sure to program more opportunities as they come. And again, it sounds like that that'll be a topic for further council conversation. So looking forward to hearing that. And with that, I
Thank you.
refer back to you all.
That's a fun way to end the evening. Thank you.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Oh, great.
Council, thoughts, comments? Nobody? Okay, I have one. Oh, Councilmember Falcone?
Well, first of all, David, I really like the look of this presentation. I like the 4 colors. I like that was really fun at the end of the night to have something like different and visually pleasing to look at and to keep it organized in that way with the 4 colors sticking out. So anyway, thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Appreciated that. This is a good reminder of all of the amazing work that you and your team do, right? And I love the continued creativity and thinking outside the box, and that, yes, the data are showing that you are doing a fantastic job, and that we need to continue to do everything we can to reach as many people as we can. I'm with you, like, yes, I'm always like, how can we reach the other 25% of people, and how can we move some of those people who are somewhat informed into well-informed, or whatever those categories are. And so I love that drive to like continue to be creative, continue to do more with our existing communication channels, and think of new and innovative ways to engage with the public and just meet people where they are, right, is really what it's about. And so, and knowing where those places are, and that this is such a many multi-pronged approach, right, to reaching people. So thank you for that. I really enjoyed the memo and your presentation tonight on that. Looking forward to hearing more about the physical mailed newsletter and what the plans are for that. Enjoyed looking at the Bellevue example and some other examples of what some other cities do. So thank you for looking into that. All of these, I think, are great ideas. With number 4, the council community engagement opportunities. I know we've been talking about a lot of them for some time. Councilmember Black's desire to have additional town halls that we have, and just, again, wanting to meet people where they're at. I've talked about coffee with council and wanting to do that, although I would love to maybe call it something else, chat with council or something else, because I don't
we
think
want to
they're...
hear you say coffee as much as possible.
Happy to say coffee. But yeah, I mean, I don't want to presume that there would, that it's about coffee, that's really about chatting. And I think I heard earlier some ideas about meeting at fire stations. I'd love to meet at, other places in the community, again, to meet people where they're at, whether that's schools or libraries or parks. And other places, really to be creative about, as council and staff, where we meet people and where we engage with folks. So I'm looking forward to potentially that conversation at a retreat, although I think we're still figuring out what we're going to be talking about at our next retreat. But at some point, talking about more of the details of what we want those engagement opportunities to look like. I think there's a lot of creative solutions. And so thank you for your continued passion and creativity. I love it. Keep going. And I think that part of the engagement is asking the community, how do you want us to engage with you, right? To continue to ask people when we're out and about. Like, there are people that already, part of that is there are people who already engage that we're asking, and it's hard to get to the people who we aren't able to ask that question to, right? But we still may have more ideas and get more ideas from folks who maybe are just starting to get engaged. Like, we've heard from folks who said they've only started to get engaged in the past 6 months, right? Well, what worked for you, or what would work even better for you? Or do you have friends and neighbors that have ideas, or how do you think we could reach out to them? So I think that's just an important thing to continue, that all of us can continue to do to get ideas of, again, additional ways to meet people where they're at. So well done. Thank you so much.
Anybody else? So mine is simple, and it's old school. And when I was reading the memo, I thought, this is really great, and people are reading the memo who maybe aren't signed up for This Week in Kirkland. It was a missed opportunity to tell them how to do it. So,
fair, yeah.
So, and we've talked about this before, but I would love that we had like a one-pager of, this is where you find things. This is our Facebook link. This is, with QR codes, whatever. And also how to sign up for newsletters, because we know when you go to that page, there's a lot of options there, and what are the high priorities and what do they mean? And I just think that if we had something that's sitting in City Hall, or that we take to a community meeting that sort of helps people get to our trusted resources, I think that would be helpful. So something to think about.
We will add it in. For sure.
Oh, Amy's got one more.
That's what happened. It's almost 11 o'clock, so it made me, I forgot something. I'm so tired. Just wanted to mention, I think we may have mentioned this before, but with since it's number one, says the biannual mailed newsletter, I really would love for us to print extras to have out and about at spots throughout town, whether that be, again, like libraries, schools, grocery stores, coffee shops, KPC, Kirkland Arts Center, just like anywhere and everywhere that we can think of that people go to that folks would allow us to have copies of it. I'd like for us to just make sure we're planning for that and how many we have printed. So, thank you.
Definitely. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, David. Oh, yeah, Penny didn't have anything. All right, we are going to go to council reports, and I'm going to mix things up, and I'm going to start at this end of the room now. So we'll start with Councilmember Pascal, go this way, and end with Deputy Mayor. So,
All right.
Councilmember.
Real quick, Deputy Mayor and I attended the South Rose Hill Bridle Trails neighborhood meeting last week. It was a good, just kind of two-way dialogue. They asked us a lot of questions about the comp plan and how it might affect their neighborhood, the Kraken, and the solid waste facility. Let's see, I had my Active Transportation Safety Council meeting last week. We mainly talked about legislative stuff and bills related to safety. And then as far as my other committee, the State Transportation Improvement Board, that's this Thursday and Friday down in Olympia. That's it.
Thank you. Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Some of the things that I think are of interest that I've been up to since our last council meeting, had a really great meeting with some Tesla STEM students with David Barnes about a school solar panel project that they're working on and trying to bring more solar power to panels to schools in Lake Washington School District and around their advocacy there. So thank you to those students for their work on that. Also attended an organizing committee meeting with the Junior League Softball World Series. This is separate from another series of meetings that I've been attending with some of those organizers around a potential Friday night kickoff event. Can I say that publicly? But anyway, so more to come on that. There's some exciting and fun and new stuff this year to get more people engaged and excited and involved in the community around the Junior League Softball World Series. So super excited for that, but was able to brief the larger organizing committee on some of that work that we've been doing. We had an SCA board meeting last week where well, you may remember that in December I was elected to another 2-year term on the SCA board, so you're going to have to hear for the next 2 years updates on the SCA board. But last week was also elected on the executive committee, and happy to provide more updates on the executive director search as well if folks have questions on that. Also joined the events committee, which hasn't been active since my time on the board. I think I've done all the other committees on the SCA board. And this is the one I'm really excited about because I want to bring more SCA events closer to not just us, but other folks and leaders throughout King County. A lot of the events tend to be down in South King County, which I think the last social event that I attended took me an hour and a half to get there. And that's a lot of time in the car. So look for, if I'm successful in that, look for more events closer to home. Had my first King County Board of Health meeting last week. We elected our board leadership. We approved our 2025 work plan. And we also had a really great discussion on on-site sewage and septic code updates, which is something I never thought I'd be interested in or know much about. Just one of those things as a council member that you get to learn about. That was really interesting. Also, last week, as a follow-up to our most recent DEIB roadmap update, Mayor Curtis and I met with DEIB Manager Erica Mascoro. So thank you, Erica, for meeting with us just to discuss some of the feedback, since both of us had pretty extensive feedback on the roadmap, just to clarify and have more discussion around what we meant by some of our input that at our last meeting, our last update that we had that. Tomorrow evening, I will be, I was going to be attending the North Urban Human Services Alliance Human Services Award event, but no longer attending that. If anyone wants to represent the city of Kirkland there, they are having a great event tomorrow night at the Kenmore City Hall, but instead I'll be interviewing executive director candidates for the Sound Cities Association. On Thursday, we'll be attending the Kirkland Chamber Awards Luncheon, which I'm guessing with some some of you as well. Next Monday, I was asked to co-lead a series for the Lake Washington School District PTSA on advocacy training for folks who are interested in just advocating, whether in their schools or at different levels of government. And this is both of my my experience as a council member, but also I was a previous advocacy chair in the PTSA as well. And so we'll be the first in a series throughout the rest of the school year, a monthly series that I'll be leading that training. Tuesday, I have a stakeholder advisory committee meeting on evaluating alternative methods for calculating the area median income. That's our second meeting of that group. Wednesday, we'll be attending the King County Affordable Housing Symposium. I think I saw Mayor Curtis is signed up for that as well. This is, I think, the third annual one. It's the third one I think that I've been to. It's going to be in Bellevue. And also looking forward to our upcoming community forum for homelessness action plan. Thank you. I think that's it.
Councilmember Sweet?
You know, I really don't have anything to report. I think Carly has sent out detailed minutes on most of the meetings that I've been involved in. So I'll just let it go.
Thank you. Councilmember Black?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just three things. We did have a meeting of the Regional Transit Committee. I have not sent out the report from that, mainly because it was really focused on gathering ideas for the work program and then sort of an orientation for new members of the Regional Transit Committee. Anytime you do get an orientation to the Regional Transit Committee, it is always kind of fascinating to learn again the history behind King County Metro. So that was a nice reminder. And then as far as work program items, safety and security are going to continue to be a high priority for the Regional Transit Committee. So I expect that to be on the work program in a couple different ways. And also Kirkland elevated that we would like to receive a briefing from the transit agencies when Eastlink fully becomes operational and they look at any service modifications and restructuring associated with the opening of the Eastlink. So there was that. I don't think anybody mentioned that we hosted King County Executive Dow Constantine at 132nd Square Park this last week to show him and his staff the stormwater facilities that we built into that park and the synergies associated with parks, open space, stormwater treatment, and took him around. Our staff did an amazing job of showing all the bits and pieces of that system, and that was truly fascinating for him and for all of us. The last thing, we do have, you all know, we do have a new member of our legislative delegation, Representative Salahuddin, for the 48th Legislative District. You all know that the legislative work group meets with each of our representatives and senators before the session starts. We got an emergency meeting with Rep. Salahuddin on Saturday. So just so you know, we actually did get a chance to meet with him, with our lobbyists and the legislative work group to go through our legislative priorities. So just know that legislative work group keeps working for you. And that's it. Thank you.
Councilmember Tim Chisholm?
Nothing to report.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you for the legislative works group's work, given how much time the rest of us spent just trying to wade through stuff. Thank you for all the stuff that we didn't look at. I only have one thing. This coming Friday, the East Trail Regional Advisory Council has its quarterly meeting. It conflicts with a State Building Code Council meeting I have. Councilmember Pascal's the alternate. It conflicts with a meeting he has. Mayor Sweet has volunteered to cover the meeting and represent Kirkland, and just wanted to make sure we got support for her doing that. Okay, very good. The RAC will be looking at the work plan for this year and getting an update on the leadership summit that's being planned sometime in the first quarter. In addition, a number of updates on improvements all up and down the East Trail. Penny, I'll send some notes to you tomorrow at a time. Thank you so much for covering this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Sweet, you had your hand up? Can't hear you.
Sorry, I wasn't sure that my message had gone out to everybody, so I was just going to let Jay know that I volunteered to be there.
Okay, great, thank you. The only thing that I haven't heard covered is the legislative work group met with the King County Assessor's Office on next steps to implement SB 5045, which is the tax exemption to property owners who rent DADUs and ADUs to residents making less than 60% AMI. So stay tuned for that. I think it'll be a good collaborative process, and Kirkland will continue to lead. And I met with our new chamber CEO, Sherry Skager, and that was a great meeting. I'm really looking forward to working with her. I want to remind everybody that it's that odd time of the year where we all need to vote in the King Conservation District election. So if you did not receive your online ballot, go to kingcd.org and cast your vote. Someday we will change that. And everyone, please come to the Lunar New Year Festival on February 1. So, City Manager.
I have nothing to report, so just any calendar updates from council.
Actually, can I go back to me?
Sure.
I scrolled to my next screen. So we received a thoughtful email from 2 Kirkland Initiative alum requesting that we explore creating a mental health education program. Their suggestion what this program could focus on teaching residents how to recognize the signs of mental health challenges, how to intervene safely when appropriate, understanding when and where and how to contact professional resources. Such an initiative would promote a prepared, supportive, engaged community. I thought it was a great idea. I reached out to Brooke Butner to see if she was interested in supporting the program. She was very interested. So I'm letting council know that I'm going to come back later with an LRM request to explore that. I want to spend a little more time thinking about working with City Manager and Brooke about what that could look like. I'm looking for a partner on the LRM because as a presiding officer, I can't make a motion. So yeah, I don't think I'm going to run out of any partners on that. So I just wanted to warn you all that that was coming. So City Manager, you have nothing to report?
Still nothing.
Okay, gave you some time. All right, so we are now going to go to exec session to review the performance of a public employee. We will reconvene our regular meeting. I'm going to give us about a half hour, everyone, till 11:40. We may need to extend it. And we will only come back for purposes of adjournment. So, thank you, everyone.